Here we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Good to see you. All right. Yeah, is it working? The camera's on there. Look at that. And I even added the little like Twitch goal below. Look at that. I was even able to manage all the craziness behind the scenes. Wait, those are my headphones. Hi. How you doing? Hope you guys had a great day. It's a lovely Tuesday. Very busy today. I was helping my girl. She got a show tomorrow night. Her new show, Ladylike, is debuting at a theater here in Las Vegas, and at the Mosaic, which is very exciting. And so I went over there and filmed it for her. With they had a crew there filming it as well, but I was getting close-ups and other angles and that kind of stuff, and I had to bring some lights over and some stuff. Anyways, so hi, thanks for understanding and being with me a little bit late tonight, hanging out. Sorry if I'm stepping on anybody else's toes show-wise by being here. The upside is that strap in, kids, because my girl's going to be working till like 1 o'clock in the morning, so I don't really have any place to be. I ordered some food for the kids, and they're going to take care of themselves. It's all I'm on autopilot now. So let's get my headphones in, and sorry if I'm a little. Chip was very lonely when I came home. So yeah, pardon me that way, and let me get settled in here. Welcome. Glad you guys could join us. Don't forget, you can support the show at any point with super chats, and of course with stars on Facebook and twitch.tv/HalSparks. Don't forget to subscribe. We're trying to hit that 1,000 goal. It's right down there. Look, it's good. Look, it has a little star on it. It's like a telethon, but for dummies. Hi. I don't think I don't mean me. I mean, when I say dummies, I'm serious. Okay, so little backstory. I watch a lot of varying degrees of political YouTube, big spectrum stuff. So partly so that I can hear the arguments presented by what would be my so-called political opponents. I want to hear it right from the horse's mouth. And oddly enough, these days, it used to be that you could go to, some of the folks that have been kind of broomed from YouTube for having a crap vocabulary, which is why they got kicked off. They didn't get kicked off because of their political beliefs at all. No. Anybody who says that people are being kicked off of YouTube or these other sites because of their political views is they're lying to you. The reason they get kicked off is because they cannot hold back with their either racial epithets or anti-gay language, or they just are overtly misogynistic or call for violence against people, or they, when it comes to like COVID stuff, I would guess there was a bit of them asserting, you should try this medicine, this guy said. It's unfair that the FDA wants it to go through testing for this particular purpose before I can say that. Like, for fuck's sake. Like, there's so many people on here who are like, I don't know, the horse pace thing might work. And they never got kicked off. They're all over the fucking place. The only difference is, like, this dickhead, and he's still on. This is actually from his Rumble account, I think, but Jimmy's been pushing the Mectin for months. Still there. Still no problem. So anybody who says they get kicked off because of what they believe is nonsense. It's how they say it and the assertion that they use when they say it and whether or not they chart. Because if you don't even chart, they're not going to bother to kick you off. You're just background noise on all these websites. But if you got, enough followers on YouTube and those type of sites, then you will clearly, that you'll draw some attention. The algorithm will check you out. Yeah. Yes, that's, for those of you who don't know, this is Larry King. He is filling in for Jimmy Dore. Interestingly, he's gone straight blue-collar executive today. He's not wearing French cuffs, which is a Jimmy Dore thing. I don't know if you've noticed that, but Jimmy wears, on a lot of these videos, he wears French cuffs, where your sleeves are intentionally long, so you fold them back over, and then it's very fancy. For a working-class Marxist, it's it's definitely the indulgement. You know, it's his one indulgement besides his $1.4 million house and his not giving a fuck what happens to poor people in Ukraine, you know, because they're Nazis. I mean, they had it coming. I mean, they shouldn't have. Don't poke the bear by, you know, if your ex threatens to murder you, if you're dating someone else, just die alone. I mean, it's the only fair thing, because by dating or being seen to date, I mean, it's your fault for walking out to the guy's car, getting in and going on the date and then coming home. Of course your ex is in the bushes with a shotgun. And look, there's a lot of blame to go around, but think of it as him denazifying your dating life. That's the way Jimmy likes to look at it. This one is titled Gas Sales, the Real Reason for the Ukraine War. Yes, we're selling Europe gas, so we started this whole thing so we can, I'm guessing we can broom Russia out of the way and start selling gas to Europe. We're going to build a giant, like Ameristream 2 pipeline. Do you know how fucking hard it is to get LNG in boats someplace? Why do the fuck you think everybody uses pipelines, for fuck's sake? All right, we'll see. I'm curious. You're curious, barely. Anyways, and I just finished watching a bit of this other show, and Kurt Metzger, who's usually, you know, what Jimmy is he's one of his stunt comics that Jimmy, you know, throws up and then puts a article over his face like a dick. He was on this like talk show kind of like, and it is, I swear to God, the most rambly fucking thing I have ever seen. It was like, the only way I could describe it is it was like listening to Alex Jones on vinyl while holding the record player on a fucking hayride. It was like the needle just bounced to lunatic talking point after, well, and Venezuela, and America did, and but like, you're like, dude, fucking answer the question. Oh God, it was intolerable. It was brutal. That's what traffic does to me. All right, because I start listening to this shit, and anyways, here we go. Let's jump in. Yeah, Jimmy's a camera hog. Notice he never puts the article up over himself when his guest is there. I'm just saying, push your button. Welcome in the guest. I don't know who the fuck it is, but we'll see. And this here is, yeah, he's kind of, yeah. Oh, one-nighters. They're not having you back?
I'm here with Caleb Maupin, the author of BreadTube Serves Imperialism. How?
The what? Hold on. BreadTube. BreadTube, by the way, is like super left YouTube. By the way. In case you don't know, BreadTube is like this community of far left, like genuine activist level, left wing, like easy guys, tap the brakes, but my communism would be awesome kind of left wing. BreadTube serves imperialism. And he wrote a book about that shit, did he? That's fascinating.
YouTubers who pretend to be progressive.
Oh. Well, you must feel right at home. Did you get your own chapter, Jimmy?
Are actually serving hegemony and imperialism.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like you, Jimmy. That's a hegemony and imperialism. I mean, Russian hegemony and imperialism. But you know what I mean? There's a lot of hegemony and imperialism to go around. You know, us defending their democracy so they can make their own fucking choices. Russia wanting to roll in there and level their cities and kidnap their citizens. I mean, it's 6 of one, half dozen of another.
We're going to talk about that in a minute. But right now, we're going to talk about the real reason.
Hold on. Okay. Yeah, no, we're good. The real reason we're going to talk about EU signs U.S. gas deal to curb reliance on Russia. You do realize this is temporary, right? Look at those fucking tanks. You think this is going to be easy? It's fucking gas.
Behind the war in Ukraine. Now, we've told you about this before. I'll just tell you again, there's a little bit more to talk about because there's some more developments.
Yeah. Yeah, you know all that stuff he said about the women and children and everybody in Ukraine being Nazis, and they had it coming. And NATO was, even though Russia signed a document in '97 saying if anybody wants to join NATO, it's up to them. Yeah, fuck that. This is now, it's just gas. Everything old is new again. It's a reboot.
They just signed a deal. The European Union signed a deal with the United States.
Yes, they sired a deal. They sired a deal. The two horses fucked and came up with a deal. Okay, hold on. Let me grab this article. Because what do you think the chances are that Jimmy's going to get into the deep reads of this? BBC. EU signs gas deal to... Okay. Yep. Okay. So here we go. This is the actual. Here it is. This is the look. Same article, same picture, and everything. 4 days ago. This will be solid. Okay. Please go on with how we're trying to wipe out Russia so that we can take over the gas industry there.
To curb, so that the United States is now going to provide gas to the European Union instead of Russia.
Yeah, and for the record, that's actually easier than it sounds. Yeah. We're sending Trump, and he's just gonna, they're gonna hook him up to some sort of a
liquefied natural gas. The U.S. and the EU have announced a major deal on liquefied natural gas in an attempt to reduce Europe's reliance on...
Is the audio weird? What's happening? What is that? Their audio sounds odd? What's happening? Is it... Hold on. How's it... Yes. Hold on.
Energy. The agreement will see the U.S. provide the European Union with extra gas.
The Union.
Equivalent to around 10% of the gas it currently gets from Russia by the end of this year. So what that means is we're going to start fracking and doing all kinds of crazy shit and polluting our groundwater so that we can stop Russia from selling gas.
Hey, fuckhead. Okay, one of the things that happens when you drill for oil is that natural gas expresses itself. It comes out anyways. That's why, let's see, natural, whoops, let me see if I can get a picture of this for you. So we can just show you how stupid Jimmy is. Natural gas vents, let's see, we'll go with North Dakota, why not? Here's an old picture of it. U.S. flared vented more natural gas again in 2019. Colorado agrees gas flaring ventilated. They're all trying to stop this. Okay, this comes out. Natural gas is a side expression of oil drilling too. Also, if you're not trapping it immediately, putting it in a pipeline and sending it somewhere, it just comes out of the fucking ground. It's part of the process. So as you frack and stuff, whatever you don't capture goes out, and they have to burn it. And so let's see. Let's look at natural gas events, U.S. from space. Let me know about that. Yeah, here you go. Space view of natural gas flaring darkened by budget woes. Look at this. See that shit right there? Yeah, that's see this right here? There you go. This is a new satellite show America's oil fields at night. That's your natural gas, right? That's not new shit. That's always. And if you have someplace to send it, you don't vent it. You don't burn it. That's one of the other things. Now, we haven't figured out how to capture all of it, but these are the Bakken oil fields. Nobody fucking lives here. If you could capture more of it and use it, give it away, and all that kind of stuff, it would be better for the environment than just releasing it. This is already coming out. Yes. Thorium comes from oil refining process. This is true. But also from the ground, from the fracking process. This whole area is venting this shit. This is like, there's methane, there's all the, anyways. Point being, yeah, no, how could you live there? It's always on fire. No. Point being, though, we're not going to produce more oil and gas. We have plenty. We'll be selling what we have to them. We're not going to, like, all of a sudden create new giant holes in the ground. That's what Jimmy wants you to think. Jimmy wants you to think that we're going to war in Ukraine, not because we give a fuck about all these people there and their democracy and that they're being steamrolled by Russia. We don't care at all. This was all a plan to get us in a position where we could supply 10% of European, well, 10% of what they get from Russia, not the actual oil itself. Fucking hell.
To Europe. That's what we're doing, okay? The bloc has already said it will cut Russian gas use in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia currently supplies 40% of the European Union's gas needs.
So we will do 10% of that 40%. This motherfucker, if he starts going with the 30, all right, we'll see. Where does EU get its natural gas imports? And this is source Eurostat. Gets 6.5% from the States, 35% from Russia, Algeria, Nigeria, Qatar, UK, Norway, and Trinidad and Tobago.
European Union get its natural gas imports? Well, here where they are. The European gets them from Norway, 35% from Russia.
Not anymore.
UK, Algeria, Qatar, Nigeria, Trinidad, and the United States.
Yes, we can all see that. I already pointed that out. Yes, we're all adults here. We can see the picture and the big words.
Okay.
Okay.
The new deal will involve the United States and other countries supplying an extra 15 billion cubic meters of gas on top of last year's 22 billion cubic meters. The new total will represent around 24% of the gas.
Gotcha. So we already provide 6.5%. Now we're going to add another 5%. We're not doubling what we're doing. We're not taking over the fucking thing. Oy, God. And your point? Also, doesn't this motherfucker have a guest waiting? All right.
Imported from Russia.
We're 2 minutes in. He's holding up the dude's book. Is he a part of this? Or is that just a tease for later? We'll see. Hi.
The eventual aim is for the United States and international partners to provide about 50 billion cubic meters per year to the European Union. Cutting reliance on Russia will mean
math works that way.
Getting more renewable energy and improving energy efficiency, as well as increasing imports. Okay.
Well, that can't be true. That's upsetting to Jimmy. Why would you do that? What? It can't possibly be true. You don't get anything from America except strafing bombing of death forever. Hi.
U.S. President Joe Biden and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen discussed Russia's invasion of Ukraine and offered fresh support for Kiev. Putin is using...
Pudding. Yeah, sure. He calls him pudding. It's a mistake anybody can make. When Jimmy calls Vladimir Putin, he calls him pudding.
Russia's energy sources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. Mr. Biden told reporters in Brussels he's used the profits to drive his war machine. He said, in other news, water is wet, and 2 + 2 =.
This is the whole, what do we do with it? Well, I mean, investors actually make most of the money off the oil and gas in the United States. Not just in the States, but worldwide. Like, what does he think? We invaded America like Iraq ourselves to take the oil? He does remember Trump going, why can't we just take the oil? And everybody going, what the fuck is wrong with you? No.
He said the long-term benefits of the deal would outweigh the short-term pain that reducing Russian gas supplies would cause. I know that eliminating Russian gas will have costs for Europe, but it's not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, it's going to put us on a much stronger strategic footing.
Why is this a gotcha? Yes, we can all read, Jimmy. We're all able to understand the ideas that exist in this document. The BBC, somebody listened and typed this up. I don't know why they didn't use a sarcasm emoji.
So this is all about morals.
By the way, that's what Jimmy does instead of jokes is the oh really? And then he laughs at his own shit. I mean, honestly.
President, as we're occupying a third of Syria, committing a genocide in Yemen, bombing Somalia.
Right, we're hold on. He drops this a lot. Hold on. U.S. occupying a third of Syria is the argument, correct? Yeah? This is basically he gets this in from the Cato Institute, but here we go. This is what he's referring to. So this is from 2018, but work with us on this. America's hidden war in Syria. U.S. troops will now stay in Syria indefinitely. This is 2018. Controlling a third of the country and facing peril on many fronts. This ruined, fearful city was once the Islamic State's. Okay, that's the third of America. All right, that's the title is. Third, America's hidden war in Syria. Hold on. Will now stay in controlling a third of the country and facing peril on every front. America's hidden war. The illegal occupation of Syria now. This is Cato Institute. This is 2019. Washington's pretending to be shocked by what President Trump does, but it's Americans who should be shocked by what Washington does, such as illegally intervening in Syria's civil war and occupying a third of that country. It's time for Donald Trump to do the right thing and bring our troops home. The fabled Arab Spring hit Syria in 2011, and the Middle East atrocities wobbled. And as the Middle East's autocracies, beg your pardon, wobbled. It's a mistake anybody could make. The Obama administration initially tagged President Bashar al-Assad as a reformer, but he refused to yield political power in the face of popular demonstrations. Weird how that is. It's funny how we allegedly install people and then they don't do what we say. We're terrible at installing people, apparently, because they all just do what they want. It's almost as if we didn't. Not everyone saw the protesters as harbingers of democracy. One Alawite with whom I spoke with while visiting Syria last year said Assad's opponents chanted, "Christians to Lebanon, Alawites to the grave." Right? You Americans have no idea what you're doing. Christian aid worker from Syria exclaimed, earlier in Beirut, I had spoken with an anguished Christian aid worker who said, you Americans have no idea what you're doing. Nevertheless, Washington decided that Assad had to go, and his regime, beset from every direction, tottered on the brink? Teeter-tottered on the brink? I suppose it's one or both. Insurgents gained control of Damascus's eastern Ghouta suburbs, from which they bombarded Syria's capital. So we're back. That's the idea, is that we support the rebels in Syria, and therefore, I guess that's us occupying the place. Okay, let's see. Now, let me look at. Troops to stay put in Syria even as Biden seeks to end America's forever wars. This is this guy right here. Hold on. Roughly 900 U.S. troops, including a number of Green Berets, will remain in Syria to continue supporting and advising the Syrian Democratic Forces fighting the Islamic State. They're fighting ISIS. We're apparently occupying that place from ISIS. The Biden administration is pulling all American troops out of Afghanistan, formally transitioning to an advisory role in Iraq, but the U.S. military operation in Syria has seen no changes, and officials expect hundreds of troops to remain in the country for the foreseeable future. Roughly 900 U.S. troops, including a number of Green Berets, will remain in Syria to continue supporting and advising the Syrian Democratic Forces fighting the Islamic State, the same role they played since the American-led intervention in 2014, according to senior Biden administration official. I don't anticipate any changes right now to the mission or the footprint in Syria. As President Joe Biden seeks to end America's forever wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Pentagon's quiet operations in Syria has, for the most part, flown under the radar. After 7 years of conflict and 2 attempts by former President Donald Trump to pull American troops out, defense and administration officials tell Politico the administration now has no plans to make any changes to the U.S. military operation in Syria. In Syria, we're supporting Syrian democratic forces in their fight against ISIS. They've been quite successful, and that's something we will continue. The confirmation comes as Biden and Iraq Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi announced on Monday that the mission in Iraq will transition from a combat to advisory by the end of the year. This was in 2021. Yeah, so this is already done. In reality, let's see. In reality, no American troops have accompanied local forces on combat patrols for over a year in either Iraq or Syria, one defense official said. Since 2014, the aim has been to build the capacity of the local forces in both countries to fight ISIS independently, a major shift from the U.S. operations in Iraq from 2003 to 2011. We're not kicking in doors, apprehending the enemy, etc. The official said, as in Iraq, the United States' primary local partner, the Syrian Democratic Forces, have been in the lead in combat operations against the Islamic State, with the U.S. coalition troops providing support from afar, the official said. For example, on July 21st, the SDF, the Syrian Democratic Forces, conducted a raid in Hasaka, Syria against Islamic State militants, killing one, the coalition announced. Coalition forces conducted 2 airstrikes in the building in support of the SDF soldiers and to ensure the terrorist threat was eliminated. No American or coalition troops were involved in the raid. However, American forces in Syria have come under fire in recent weeks. Troops at the Al Omar oil field in eastern Syria were attacked by a drone on July 7th, and a separate incident hit with multiple rockets on June 28th. The incidents were part of a series attack by Iranian-backed militants against Americans in both Iraq and Syria, which have stepped up efforts to push the U.S. out of the region in recent months. Last year, Russian forces repeatedly encroached on U.S. troop-controlled territory in eastern Syria as part of what officials said was a deliberate campaign to squeeze the American military out of the region. In August, 4 U.S. service members were injured after an altercation with Russian forces in northeast Syria. I wonder why it's...
I didn't get that.
I know. I didn't get it either. I wonder why Jimmy's so offended by our presence there, and Russia's so offended by our presence there. It's an interesting crisscross, one would say. Amid the smorgasbord of foreign interests in Syria, the American military mission had broad ramifications. Okay, this is just color, and this is also from 2021. The idea is, hold on one second. Let's see. And this is March. Yeah, there's just 900. In 2016, the United Nations, inside troop stronghold in Syria, a question of how long Biden will keep them there. This is the whole thing. Tattered U.S. flag. We've had a flagpole planted, committed to Biden was uncertain. Okay. The Biden administration does not appear to be in any rush to pull the 900 troops who remain in the country. A relatively small force that some White House officials say is key in preventing a resurgence of Islamic State and a rush to reclaim the area's oil fields by Syrian President Bashar al-Assad and his Russian and Iranian allies. This is why Jimmy's pissed. The Syrian Democratic Forces are Nazis, and they need to be broomed just like the Ukrainians. And if we're there to help them, they must be the bad guys.
Yeah, and starving the people in Afghanistan. We're doing the...
Hold on. Wait, we're starving the people in Afghanistan? Oh, because of we're sanctioning the Taliban?
Bombing Somalia and starving the people in Afghanistan. We're doing the moral thing.
So the let's see, U.S. This is what this is January 11th. This is newer, rather. USAID announces more than $308 million in additional humanitarian assistance for the people of Afghanistan. The pissing match is about money, not food. So they're saying that we're sending in stuff and they want actual money, the Taliban does, and we're like, we're not giving you money, we'll give you food. That's the argument. But Jimmy thinks that because we're not giving the Taliban money, we're not giving the Afghanis food.
President von der Leyen said, we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable. Live blog, Russia's Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline is not... So they built a gas pipeline So right now, when
they built a second one, Jimmy, that's why it's called Nord Stream 2, The Reckoning.
Germany gets their gas from Russia, it goes through Ukraine. So they this pipeline that goes right from Russia to Germany, right? So that's
right. Yeah. See this? See that? See that there? See that this guy? That no. This is yes. This is how it gets there now. It's not as big. It's kind of like Keystone versus Keystone XL. There's already a Keystone pipeline. There's not a Keystone XL pipeline. And then Nord Stream 1, that's why they had to name it the Nord Stream 2 Electric Boogaloo. That's right. Now, just so you know, this blue shit right here, that is not Ukraine. Just for the record. But, you know, who gives a shit? Does any of this detail? Now, if you'll notice, Nord Stream 2 pipelines, see all these other... Oh, hold on. Let me look at whatever this... What's this? What's the fucking source on this, Jimmy? Oh, TRT World? Okay. TRT World live blog. It's it's his trusted source. Russia's Nord Stream 2 is now dead. Okay. So this is let me see if I can do this. News. Yeah, this is what he's holding up. Hold on. Wake up. Open up the picture after years of champion thing. Okay, here we go. Live blog. This is what he's looking at, okay? Before he cut it out and put it on screen. Nord Stream 2 pipeline. This is the part, I don't know why Jimmy doesn't want to. Jimmy, can you? Okay, here we go. Nord Stream 2 pipeline. European gas pipeline network. Oh boy. Liquid natural gas terminals. These little blue dots over here. Russian-controlled storage sites. They control these in Germany and other places. Okay. Now, can anybody see? And this, by the way, the Nord Stream 1 runs right along parallel to this. Anyway, you guys can see these European oil and gas networks, right? Russia, do you see any of these that go into Ukraine that go all the way through to Russia? Hold on, let me move this up for you. No? Nobody, here, tell you what, fucking hell, why don't I, you know what, Jimmy, that's not fair. Jimmy's a big Trump fan. So I think I could probably solve this the way Trump would. Let's see. Basically, it just goes, there's one. Here's another one. There you go, Jimmy. There's another one. Look at this. I mean, they basically go right. Here's Germany, and they go right through here, and there it is. See that? I mean, that's basically how they go. Now, can we go back? All right, hold on. I'm gonna clear this. Let's go back to. Sorry, what did you just bullshit about, young man? Let's see what.
Bombing Somalia and starving the people in Afghanistan. We're doing the moral thing. President von der Leyen said, "We want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable." Live blog, Russia's Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline is not. So they built a gas pipeline. So right now, when Germany gets their gas from Russia, it goes through Ukraine.
Oh, it does. Now, did you get that from the article? Because right where your elbow is, there's you'll notice there's a huge, like this is all, what's the word for it? This is all this bullshit going on.
So they built this pipeline that goes right from Russia to Germany, right? So that's not.
That's so nice of them.
Yeah.
They're just being
It's
nice.
called Nord Stream 2. And Trump put sanctions on it because the fossil fuel companies in the United States, they don't want that to happen. They want what's happening now. They want to sell the gas to Europe.
I see. So this is Trump and Biden, same dude, fingers in the same glove, two legs in the same pair of pants. There's no difference between either side conversation. Right. Okay. Now, Biden comes in, tries to normalize relations. We don't have to deal with their natural gas. We don't have to police this bullshit. And then they keep fucking around like this. And we're like, all right, we're done.
Right. And so they want to.
Yes. Yeah. Biden tries a reset, basically like Obama did, and goes, nah, all right, never mind.
Cut that pipeline off from Russia to Germany.
Sure.
And when Trump was president, he put sanctions on the construction of that pipeline. When Biden became elected, he took all those sanctions off. Why? Because the pipeline was already built.
Oh, so the sanctions to stop the building of the pipeline didn't actually stop it from being built? It's not done, by the way.
And he said, all right, you can start pumping gas through that pipeline. And one.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So that's how the story went. So so Trump put sanctions on the pipeline to stop it from being built because the American oil companies that puppet mastered Trump didn't want it built. And it got built anyways. And so when Biden came in, it was built anyways. So he said, all right, you can pump stuff. Since you spent all this time, this is how it went. Yeah. I believe this. What's not to like?
If Russia is ever aggressive towards Ukraine, you have to stop the flow of gas. Well, of course.
Is that what we said? That was the conversation. Biden's like, ladies and gentlemen, not a joke. You can have the pipeline, but if they fuck around, they're going to find out.
And the United States went and provoked that very thing that would cause.
Yes, we provoked that very thing. How did we provoke that very thing? Oh, because we allowed Poland to join NATO in 1999. Get fucked. What are you talking about? What was the provocation? Yeah, the provocation was just letting him use the pipeline that was already built that the oil companies didn't want. But what the fuck? Seriously, this is some serious Alex Jones pretzel logic right now.
The Germans to cut that pipeline off. Now, let me ask you, Caleb, why would Germany go along with this?
Yeah, why would they go along with this fictitious bullshit I made up in my own head? It doesn't make sense to me at all because it's not real at all.
Why would Germany follow the dictates of the United States and cut off?
Yeah, why, Caleb Maupin? Who? Let's see. I don't know Caleb Maupin. Let's see. I'm gonna guess that if Jimmy's having him on, he must have recently said something just awful. Besides the fact that I guess BreadTube are a bunch of imperialists. Yeah, he just made a video called Do Not Donate to Ukraine. There's a good chance that money will be used to prolong this conflict. Yeah, I know. Because if these people, you know what would shorten this? These fuckers just starved to death if they bled out. You know what I mean? Why are you sending bandages? Don't give to Red Cross and send them. Why would you help Ukrainian refugees in Poland? You asshole. If you really want peace, demand U.S. leaders stop their threats? Oh boy. Oh dear. Oh dear. Stop their threats. Oh dear. He did write a book. And seriously negotiate Russia. There, you mean with Russia? Seriously negotiate Russia? Yeah, I'll negotiate the Russian borders, I guess. If you what? Let's see what he's got to say. Come on.
Hey folks, this is Caleb Boppin, and I'm here to tell you, do not donate to one of these internet...
Oh, a minute 24, so he's dedicated. Don't give it.
People claiming to be raising money for Ukraine right now.
Yeah, claiming to raise money. This is not a... Be careful, there might be scammers out there. Like, the whole thing is a scam. Let these people die. It will speed this thing along.
Why? Because you don't know where that money is going. There's a very good chance you're not actually going to help the people of Ukraine, the refugees, the people that are losing their homes right now. You're actually just going to line the pockets of some pro-NATO Ukrainian oligarchs who are making out like bandits right now.
Yeah, this sounds fair and logical or whatever. How about you let me check out my own shit? And it's very possible that you are upset that Putin's plan isn't going much better, and you know, the hegemony and the hegemony. You're gonna have hegemony, and imperialism, heretofore thereafter referred to as imperialism, because it's perilous. Sorry, fucking around. It sounds like he's one of the guys who's pissed that, like, Putin was supposed to take this place in 11 fucking minutes.
Or worse, you could be helping to buy guns and weapons for neo-Nazis like the Azov Battalion.
Yeah, the Azov Battalion. I mean, they're a full-on 8% of the entire armed forces of Ukraine, right? And they're definitely in a disputed area, and, you know, we should be, if we're handing out material weapons, if there's an 8% chance that these people, they might end up in their hands, and there's a 8% chance that 8% have a neo-Nazi tattoo, and therefore any bullet they fired would be immoral, what you want to make sure is the 92% of the Ukrainian military is disarmed, so that, oh, fucking hell. Yeah, all 72 of them.
You really want to help the people of Ukraine, what you need
to do is call your representative and have them say, leave Putin alone.
Do is stand up to this anti-Russian hysteria. Russia...
Yeah, that's what it is. It's anti-Russian hysteria. There's actually some folks that are standing up to this anti-Russian hysteria. They're not. They're not standing up, so let's see. I think I have a picture, yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, it's not so much they're not standing up to the anti-Russian hysteria so much as kneeling in front of a fucking tank, unarmed. These are Russian tanks rolling in. See that guy? See that guy? That guy? Yeah. What's with this guy's anti-Russian hysteria? Huh? What? I mean, it's just pitiful. I mean, the Freedom Convoy comes to town, and you're going to treat them like that? Who the fuck do you think you are, Colin Kaepernick?
Not want to be intervening in Ukraine right now. They are doing it because of 8 years of shelling, because NATO has threatened to expand.
Yeah, 8 years of shelling in Ukraine against Russian invading forces. They had to invade because their earlier invasion wasn't done. And NATO was trying to expand by letting Poland join in 1999.
Into Ukraine, and the leaders of Ukraine know that, and they are needlessly throwing the lives of the people away. If you want to help the people of Ukraine, say Russia is not our enemy, demand that there be a peace treaty signed, demand that the United States stop pouring weapons into Ukraine, support the peace process. If you want to help the people of Ukraine,
Yes, I'm sure you made the same demand in fucking Russian, you clown.
Help them by pouring money into some shady source on the internet. Do not donate to shady internet sources that are claiming.
I will not. I will definitely not be pouring money into shady internet sources at all. Mm-hmm. Oh, hold on. Whoops. Back up. I mean, there are shady sources, and then there are some that you just got to thank for doing the Lord's work. It's terrible. When you've lost Pornhub. And by the way, look how angry like Jimmy is with this dickhead. And because America's going to provide 10% of the 40% of the oil that Europe gets from Russia. And they think we just jump-started a war in Ukraine so we could up our ante over there by what? 60%? Jesus. He's karate mad? Yeah. Oh.
Raising money for Ukraine right now.
Sorry, wrong button. 1 second. There we go.
Own gas supply.
Because at the end of the day, the United States is the dominant power in the world. And I mean, this is just about securing a monopoly. That's what's going on.
Yes, it's about securing a monopoly. I mean, 10% of a monopoly that's split 8 fucking ways. But, I mean, this honestly, let's see, where are we going? Oh, whoops. Oh, shit. Yeah, here we go. Where would we go? We had the picture up. Where is it? Is it? Oh, was it in this article? Was it in here somewhere? Yeah, here you go. Yeah, you mean securing 10% of the monopoly? Then I got news for you. Why are we only going for 10%? Qatar gives more to this. Why is Qatar supporting a war in Ukraine then? Jesus Christ, this is lazy.
It's about removing competition. And it's funny because this is from the same forces. They're like,
oh, if it's about removing competition, why the fuck did we knock out Trinidad and Tobago, Algeria, Qatar, and Nigeria, and the UK? Just muscle them out. We get the same amount, and we wouldn't have to have all this bloodshed. Oh wait, sorry, we didn't start the bloodshed. That's right. Again. And also, motherfucker, you're going to drink Perrier? I know it's a plastic bottle, but on the air, you bougie bastard.
Tell us they believe in free trade, right? They love free trade, free competition, right? Well, not when.
We love free trade and free competition. Yeah, but not when it means a Uyghur genocide. We get all weirded out. Like companies start moving out of China once that starts happening. I mean, it's one thing to treat your workers like shit and look the other way when they're not getting paid what they should. But once they start getting rounded up and sterilized, That's a line too far. Not for Jimmy, of course. He thinks we should, that's all bullshit and a lie anyways, and we're being mean to China. And the whole thing about Russia is apparently we were does he think this shit's new? Does he think all of a sudden they started getting 35% of their oil and gas from them? Like, this is brand fucking new. And we're like, oh, we got to knock that shit out we must start a war so we can shave 5% off that. Because why? How much money do they think we fucking need? Jesus, the idea like, if we let this go on any further, Russia might have a bigger economy than the greater Chicagoland area.
Russia, not when it's Huawei technologies in China. They don't really believe in free trade when it's...
Wait a minute. We don't believe in free trade because we don't support Huawei? Huawei's not free trade. It's a government-run company. It's 50-50 with them. And the guys who run it are Chinese, what we would call Chinese oligarchs. The Chinese billionaires are in league with the government. They can't not be. There's no such thing as a Chinese billionaire anyways, because you're not a billionaire if you can't leave the country with your money. Seriously. But, are you kidding me? Huawei's in line with their defense department. But of course, this asshole probably thinks that Apple's a DARPA project.
Countries around the world that might do a better job selling oil, selling gas, selling technology. And at the end of the day...
Yeah, that's what it is. We're afraid of the competition. It's a skill thing. We're afraid of being outsmarted. So we tricked Russia into invading fucking Ukraine.
It's really blatant what's going on here. But also...
Well... What's going on here? First of all, this is a fucking mess. I'm just saying. I know I have a hair out of place. Just let it go. I was working.
I mean, how much independence does Germany really have? How much independence does France really have? A lot of these European...
Well, that's kind of the point. Is that this would be the process of increasing it. Because we don't have governmental demands on Germany and France. We don't give a fuck. We're not going to impose our political will on Germany and France. As a matter of fact, France, if you'll remember the freedom fries bullshit, wasn't on our side in the lead up to the Iraq War. We were, freedom fries. And yet now we're like, we'll give you gas. It's fine. Because there's a difference between the normal... sometimes uncomfortable geopolitical aspect of one democratic country with the wants and needs of its constituency talking to another with equal wants and needs of their separate constituency, and a fucking dictator who just threw Alexei Navalny in jail for another 15 fucking years. Have you heard from Edward Snowden lately? Has anybody? Maybe he's posted something. Sorry, did the U.S. government take him and drop him off in Russia? No, that was Glenn Greenwald. Is the U.S. government kidnapping men, women, and children at random? And don't go, but Guantanamo. A lot of us over here have been fighting to get rid of that fucking place forever. It's gonna go. By the end of the first Biden term, it's done. Get used to the idea. That's why they're fighting about it now, because they got to get the money. That's the Republican hand. Like, they're not like, look at the whole blow up Lindsey Graham had, because they know it's coming.
Countries are going to be asking themselves again, are we really a free, independent country, or are we under the boot heels of the United States and Britain?
Yes, France is under the boot heel of the United States and Britain. Germany is under the boot heel of the United States and Britain.
So what Richard Medhurst says, he says, called it. First, the United States ordered its...
vassal Germany to stop Nord Stream 2. Yes, vassal. We ordered them to stop it. No, we talked about stopping it for years. Then Russia fucking invaded Ukraine, and everyone, by the way, worldwide was making a direct allegory because it makes sense between what Putin said about Ukraine and what Hitler said about the fucking Sudetenland, which is a sensitive point for Germany overall, and they finally called it the fuck off.
Germany to stop Nord Stream 2. Now the U.S. gas companies come to the rescue to take a bite out of Russia's market share in European gas. Never underestimate the ability of corporate America to make money off of chaos.
Okay, first of all, A, that's his opinion. B, what the fuck does that even say? What, 5%? We're making we're getting interest on chaos, just 5%. And again, this is 10% of the 40% they get from Russia, which doesn't even double the amount of oil and gas we're sending there, and we've been sending there forever. By the way, we made a deal. All right, fucking hell. Do you think Jimmy's going to bring this up? I don't think so. Hold on. What I'm about to bring up. Qatar will stand in solidarity. Whoops. Get out of here. Shoo. There you go. Qatar will stand in solidarity with European countries during the energy crisis. Qatar will stand in solidarity with Europe and will keep natural gas flowing there, even if other customers are willing to pay more. Qatari Energy Minister Saad, I think it's Saad, Sharida Al-Kaabi, told CNN's Becky Anderson in an exclusive interview on Thursday. The Gulf monarchy supplies some European countries with liquefied natural gas, but has the contractual right to divert supply to other customers, primarily in Asia, if they're willing to pay more. Most of Qatar's LNG supply to Europe is contractually divertible, but Qatar will keep sending gas in Europe as countries there try to wean themselves off of Russian energy. I mean, never underestimate the ability of corporate Qatar to make money off of chaos. The fucking corporate Qatari people. The minister rejected imposing sanctions on Russia's oil and gas sector, saying energy should stay out of politics, and reiterated they completely stop, except he is. I mean, he could sell more of it to China, but he's going to cut them a deal in Europe because it's politics. And it's not practically possible for them. The European Union wants to slash consumption of Russian natural gas this year as it prepares for a complete break with its single biggest energy supplier over the war in Ukraine. Hold on. I got to shrink this down a little bit. Beg your pardon. Get out of here. All right. Have some more ads, guys. Fucking hell. All right, I guess that's way past there. Related article. Choosing sides in this okay, I guess that was the end of it. All right. Anyways, Qatar is sending them natural gas as well. Everybody's upping their amount. We talked to everybody who sends natural gas to Europe, except Russia, and said, guys, you got to add a little more to the till so that they don't starve out Europe as a way to strong arm them into letting us murder people, which, by the way, Jimmy is for.
It appears as this was the real plan all along.
It was all a great conspiracy. We have the documents. They're right here. Like, how the fuck is this not the Best Buy manager version of Alex Jones? Sorry, that's not fair. The White Castle assistant manager version of Alex Jones. Do you call this a hamburger? Sir, that's how we make them here.
To provoke Russia into doing this, they did it, and now we get to have some more.
Yes, and Putin fell for it. Oh yes. It's all part of the plan.
Gas sales for the United States fossil fuel companies, the people who really run this country.
Yes, I thought it was big pharma and big tech, and no, but it's the oil and gas companies that run this country. I mean, Yeah, part of Texas, I'll give you, and a good portion of North Dakota and Wyoming. But I'm going to tell you, like, Silicon Valley especially, and most of New York don't give a rat fuck.
I said, you really thought this war was because we care about the people of Ukraine?
Oh, he's reading his own. See, I do this on the morning show sometimes. I tried it once on there, and it feels really awkward. It's just odd reading your own. Just say your shit. You really thought this war was because we care about the people of Ukraine? Americans are that stupid. The agreement will see the U.S. provide the EU with extra gas, equivalent to around 10% of the gas it currently gets from Russia by the end of the year. 10% of the 40%. Please tell me this motherfucker doesn't think that that means we're going to give them a quarter of the gas they get.
Americans are that stupid. The agreement will...
Oh, I didn't realize the accent is on R. Americans are that stupid. They are.
People really run this country. And I said, you really thought this war was because we care about the people of Ukraine? Americans are that stupid.
No, you actually said the people of Ukraine. You slipped just now and called it the Ukraine because probably because this is a video, and if it plays in Russia, which I'm sure it will, they'll get very upset if you refer to Ukraine as the, or you refer to Ukraine as Ukraine and not the Ukraine.
Agreement will see the U.S. provide. So there it is. So
what again? What the fuck are you showing me? That we're providing 4% of the European Union's oil and natural. We're adding an extra 4% to what they use. So we tricked Russia into a war to sell 4% natural gas to Europe. Haha. Which will be fucking temporary because it's a pain in the ass to ship it all the way across the sea.
How is it that, Caleb, how is it that nobody can catch on to this?
Well,
because there's nothing to catch on to. I mean, it's very difficult to grasp a fart. I know you're trying, but this is here's my impersonation of Jimmy having thoughts. Oh. It's hard to get why is it so hard to grasp?
It's like there's been this atmosphere created in American media where you're not allowed to. Look, if they can go after
Yeah, you're not allowed to. That's why no one's reporting on us giving 4% of the more natural gas. Why will no one tell this real story about the true itself? And by the way, can I just say for the fucking record that the shift away from coal and oil to LNG because it burns cleaner and it's better for the environment, which is a transitory thing till we can get to full renewables. It was used to be seen as a good thing around liberal and progressive circles that actually give a rat fuck about the world, and now apparently that was just a trick to get us in the grasp of big natural gas. Oh, how did we fall for it?
Gabbard for talking about biolabs that actually exist that are
Yes, there's a Quest Diagnostics in Lviv. It's they'll you can even send your samples straight into ancestry.com. It's terrible.
And they can call her a traitor and say that the Department of Justice should go after her. They can basically silence discourse. And, you know what's going on. I know what's going on. The audience here.
Yeah, I know what's going on. Like, it's terrible. I mean, if you want, you can't even post a video like this in the United States. It's like Jimmy has moved to Brazil. He's doing this from Glenn Greenwald's second armoire. He does the show. That's what that curtain is. It's just draped across. They open the doors and they let him shoot the whole thing out this way. That guy's doing this live from a closet in Edward Snowden's second cousin's Canadian cottage.
Knows what's going on, but the mainstream media is really just sending the message.
That's right. The mainstream media just sending the message out. the mainstream. Is it true that the mainstream media, they're the mainstream media? How do they get us every time? The mainstream. I don't know how they figure it out. They know exactly what buttons to push. The mainstream media. How do they do it? They got control of me. This Joy Reid has us all by the short and curlies. Oh no, the mainstream media. I wish I could speak freely on the internet about what I think and stuff, but here I am, and I can only broadcast this from Russia. So sorry, I can only broadcast from Russia.
Anyone who begins to question any aspect of this is just a bad...
Yes. Anyone who questions any aspect of this, even if you're like, strategically, should we have a no-fly zone? No, I don't think we should. Well, maybe we should. What does it mean? Could they possibly have, is it technically a no-fly zone if you have anti-aircraft missile systems and stuff? Can they stop it? Can we run those things? Can we fly? Oh my God, he's asking all these questions. You're not allowed to answer all these questions. How can you even be sorry?
Really reprehensible person, and this cancel culture stuff they've been experimenting with over the past few years, they're escalating it like crazy to try and control.
Yeah, guys, cancel culture on the right, that was all just a dry run. First they came for Milo Yiannopoulos, saying that, a grown gay man and a child is just a normal procedure of things, just how it works. And some reason that didn't fly. I don't know quite why that was. And then they went for Ben Shapiro's race realism. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. That was just so they could stop Jimmy Dore from posting this video on YouTube and Rumble. Oh, wait.
Foreign policy discourse.
Yes, thank you, Aaron Duran. It's YOLO Minneapolis.
I mean, it's pretty wild to see what they're doing, but at the end of the day,
wow, it's wild. I gotta tell you, it's wild.
People are still curious. A lot of people smell something rotten in the state of Denmark.
Well, I've never been to Denmark. I think they should be allowed to join NATO. Wait a minute. He's right. There's something. It's familiar. I mean, I can't hear anything with these on, but I don't know if is somebody making roast beef? I'll find out later.
And so I wonder how much longer it will hold. This is a very interesting moment.
But that was gibberish. I wonder how much longer it will hold because this is a very interesting moment. Oh my God. What? How dare you say something like that and not have a podium?
To say the least, I can't believe that people... I was on stage at a comedy club last week in...
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't doing jokes. Relax.
Bank. Here in Los Angeles, and...
No, here in Burbank. Burbank's a city. Burbank isn't in Los Angeles. It's right next to it, though. It's quite lovely.
I did a joke, and the joke was basically...
Yeah, you just give us the gist of it. I mean, I'm sure when you say it, I'll understand how hilarious it is as a joke. Just from the gist. Why recreate it?
Hey, the people who lied about everything, every war in my lifetime, I'm sure they're telling the truth about this, and it doesn't have anything...
Oh, hold on one second. Oh, that is some good, so not so much a joke as sort of just random sarcasm based loosely on, your snide view of reality, I guess, or... Oh, that's the wrong button. That was awesome. Who needs laughter when we can just support the joke? Just support it. Yes, I mean, I'm laughing inside, but that is the thing. Where you say the thing, and you're saying what I'm thinking, and it's like, oh, right? You guys, this is incredible. This is incredible. Why did I even think? I'm not, all right.
With a gas transfer. And people laughed, and I got off stage, and the MC went up and said, wow.
Yes, they laughed, and I got off stage. It wasn't so much a laugh as a draggy boo. It's the kind of laugh you want to leave on. You know what I mean? Like, I was going to do another 50 minutes, but it was so good.
You can hear some crazy conspiracy theories.
Wow.
That's
wow.
what.
Hold on. Somebody came up to you who expected jokes, and they said, what?
And people laughed, and I got off stage, and the MC went up and said, wow, we could hear some crazy conspiracy theories.
Wow.
That's what the host said at the comedy club.
Wow.
How dare he? How dare he? I don't know who was hosting that night at Flappers, which is a lovely club that I perform at with some regularity, but not on my watch, people. No. Look, MC, you know who you're dealing with? There's a picture of Jimmy Dore in Flappers behind the AV booth facing the kitchen. Do you understand? Do you, MC, wannabe comic, doing a couple of minutes? Who the fuck do you think you are? This is James Feltwinkle Dore. Sure. He has his goddamn picture on the wall behind the AV booth in the other room, not in the facing the area where they pick up a dish and turn around and go, fuck, and then walk either left or right to bring. And it's not just to get him closer to the tomatoes so they don't have to be thrown as far. No, it's because he's a fucking star, okay? Mr. MC, Mr. Open Micer most of the time. James Dore is a big fucking deal. And if you're emceeing a James Dore show, every joke he tells is gospel, all right? You're never going to open mic in this town again. That said, whoever it was, if you want to come do a set when I'm doing my show in a couple weeks, you're more than welcome. I'd love to have you. If only so we can sit around and talk about what a turd Jimmy Dore is for shitting on you at random on his fucking show that he does in the new rec room of his $1 million house while you more than likely rent an apartment with 2 other comics in fucking Hollywood.
That's a comedian. That's a comedian
who dared to question what I said and say that when I came up there and I basically said the people that are, lied to me about everywhere want me to believe in this one. I mean, that's fucking gold. That's gold. You can't even write that kind of stuff. It just comes out. You know what I mean? It was like I was being possessed by the spirit of Robin Williams and George Carlin at the same time. It was like one of them was just improvising genius and the other one was refining it into the perfect bit. And then it would just walk down off my tongue and leap into the minds of the people watching. And they laugh and then laugh and then laugh. And who the fuck are you if you call yourself a comedian? People laughed and I walked off stage. Dare you?
Yeah. Repeat. So it's sad to see. I come from the world of comedy, but you see lots of comedians.
Yes, he comes from the world of comedy. He was He was expelled like an Amish drunkard with a coke habit and a cell phone.
Repeating State Department talking points, which is the opposite of comedy. That's called propaganda.
I see. So yes, that's yes. Just so you know, in case some of you are thinking about trying comedy, if you go up and say what you mean about the thing that you just saw, you're accidental State Department propaganda. It's just going to come out of you. I mean, that we're all programmed. It's probably TV. What Jimmy is saying on here and with this asshole it has nothing to do with Russian state propaganda, even if it sounds exactly fucking like it.
Comedy. Sure. Comedy is supposed to question authority, and it's supposed to tell you to.
He is. He's the MC. You were one of the comics doing a set, so you have more power than him in theory. I mean, I don't know if you're doing a whole show or you're just trying out a new 7 minutes. No. It was a whole show. It was his whole show. He doesn't fucking work stuff. Please. He did speak truth to power, fucko. He saw what you did. He's lower on the rung than you, and he said something. Blow me.
It's not supposed to repeat fucking pro-war propaganda, and that's what comedy does. But that's how uninformed even most comedians are. As most people, if you get your news from the corporate news, you don't know what's going on at any moment in the...
Yeah, how do you even write jokes if you're not watching the Jimmy Dore show? Huh?
World ever. If you're getting your news from Chris Hayes and fake tough guy Lawrence O'Donnell or crazy conspiracy theorist Rachel Maddow, you have no idea what's actually going on, and you think your life is being controlled by Vladimir.
Yeah. Yes, I did. Yeah, 42. Just for the record, if you want to write really solid comedy, according to Jimmy, apparently it's Tucker Carlson's your man. That's where you're really going to get the anchor to it. So when you stand in front of a crowd of people and you make a reference, if you say something that they've heard on Tucker, they all watch Tucker. So they're going to know. If you get your news from Chris Hayes and fake tough guy Lawrence O'Donnell, what it is like, yeah, it might be a good joke and it might be based on, but the audience isn't going to know that because they don't have the same points. You got to go with somebody popular like Tucker.
Putin. When your life is actually being controlled by a handful of billionaires right here in the United States who want to squash you, and guess what? They did it.
They did? Oh, dear God. Guys, I guess I have to check in with you guys. Are you okay? You've been squashed, apparently. Also, this sample, if I may, that Jimmy uses, this tail end here. Listen
in the United States who want to squash you, and guess what? They did it.
Okay, hear that little piece right there? Okay, I know this is kind of off the beaten path, but let me see if I can. I think it's in. Where are we? It's going to be an iMovie, I think. Whoops. Okay. I've got it on this computer. Let's see. Should be over here. Beg your pardon. I'm just going to look for something real quick. That piece right there, iMovie. Whoops. Sorry. 2. I don't have it on either computer. That sound effect is free with iMovie. That boo-goo doo-goo doo-doo. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fake Marxist Jimmy Dore uses free shit from Apple to, as his sting music. Some of us put the time in and let's see. Some of us put the time in and actually work with like loops and that kind of stuff and create a piece of music ourselves. It's not even hard, really. It's lovely. It's fun. I'm not over yet. I don't want to trigger anyone. You guys start dancing. No, I'm just, like, shit on Apple all the time, crap on America nonstop, but use their stuff for free when your show makes you rich. Like, you fucking lazy piece of shit. Oh, by the way, speaking of lazy pieces of shit, I don't even need to do this video. This insanity, like, I need Greg Kelly wading into an altercation in this circuit. Like, do you think I'm just saying there is nothing of value this man can possibly add to this circumstance. Speaking of people who add no value at all, this is fascinating. So this just happened. This is a full thing. Gates enters Hunter Biden's laptop into congressional record. Okay, first of all, that is the smallest fucking laptop I have ever seen. I had no idea. We all this time I was looking for a big fucking clamshell Apple, maybe 2016, something like that. Maybe a Dell. But turns out it was actually Hunter Biden's flip phone this whole fucking time. Or unless he's taking a picture. I don't know. I'd like to enter this into, and then I want to take a picture of your face as I say this bullshit in front of people. This is I'm going to enter, this is exactly the same shit as the New York Times article, where they're like, they confirmed its existence. How did they confirm the existence? They said there's files that appear to be from a laptop left behind from the thing. Why do they appear to be? They don't say. Because that's the assertion. So they're allegedly from, not appears to be, but whatever. Okay, well, that's what they're wiggling in. That's the whole thing. Don't give me fucking appears to be. I want to see the goddamn thing. Yes, honey, I shrunk the laptop. P.S. That's not a fucking laptop at all. But this is what this says. I mean, this is the title. This is breaking. Matt Gaetz enters Hunter Biden's laptop into the congressional record. Hunter Biden's laptop. How many people think that's actually what we're going to see here? I hope so, man. When he said it, I have to say, my heart jumped a little. I was like, let's see it. Come on, man. Somebody's going to put the hard drive online now. Some congressional staffer in Gates's office is going to do a fucking copy and drop it, and we're going to see it all like the parlor leak. Nope. Anybody? Oh, I know. Lynette, I still have the rally. It's right here. I told you I'm here. Don't worry. Hold on one second. By the way, hold on. Can I reach over here? That's the right one. All right. Here we go. Wrong one. Is that it? Here we go. It's warm in here. Sorry. Whew. So I had to turn on the fan. I'm a fan of the fan. So, yeah. It's full of naked pics of Gates's underage conquest. I wouldn't rule that out. Barf. Thanks for that. All right. Yeah, it's got a 2.7 HD touchscreen. It's cutting edge. This is state of the art in Russia. Okay, so here we go. This is. Oops, come here, give me this.
Sir, I'm not here to talk about the laptop. I'm here to talk.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. This is. And again, the big question is the FBI is like, where's the laptop? Everybody's going, the FBI is supposed to have the laptop. Where's the laptop? There is no fucking laptop. They don't have it. They do not. They don't have it. Where is it? The FBI, during Trump's administration, supposedly got this thing, right? There's a receipt somebody took a picture of, and yet doesn't exist. Mm-hmm.
So where is it? The laptop.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm not here to talk about.
Hold on. Don't you know? What do you mean, where is it? What do you mean, where is it? First of all, which one? Secondly, we've 2 fucking years, you've never laid eyes on the goddamn thing? This is what's happening right here. This is Matt Gaetz unintentionally, because he's a fucking moron, admitting that there never was a laptop, accidentally, and trying to enter the hard drive that Rudy Giuliani bought in Ukraine from Russians, on the take. Yeah, but there isn't one. Never was. And fucking 5 days after this, story, everybody's like, it's confirmed. It's totally confirmed. It's totally there. It's totally there. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. It's totally real. Like the New York Times, which I usually say is fake news and total fucking bullshit. Totally there. It's totally. How do you know? Well, they said appears to be from, oh, fuck off.
I'm here to talk about the FBI cyber program.
You are the assistant director of FBI Cyber. I want to know where Hunter Biden's laptop is.
Well, that wouldn't be his fucking job. That would be a caseworker on a fraud case in theory. Cyber has nothing to do with it. This dude is not in the fucking repair shop for every piece of gear they find, fucko. This is the guy protecting the country's infrastructure from attacks. He's cyber, fucking hell. Look, if this was an old member of Congress doing this, the ageism would be flying fast and furious right fucking now. This asshole would be tweeting about an older member of Congress going, where's the laptop? You do computer? You do the computer? Where is it?
Sir, I don't know that answer.
That is astonishing to me.
Yeah, isn't there a lost and found in the cyber place where you do cyber? You do cyber. It has the word cyber in it, like netic organisms. Negative. The T-1000. My mainframe is obsolete.
FBI Cyber assessed whether or not Hunter Biden's laptop could be a point of vulnerability, allowing America's enemies to hurt our country.
Sir.
Yes, they made sure that its Norton antiviral software was up to date before they stored it next to the Ark of the Covenant. Get fucked.
The FBI cyber program is based off of what's codified in Title 18, Title 18, Section 1030, a code which talks about computer intrusions, right? Using nefarious intent network.
Yes, it's not his fucking job. It had a VPN on it. God damn. Look, word has it that Marjorie Taylor Greene had some bad oysters when she was on a sex guru date, and she's had gastrointestinal distress. You are from the Department of Interior. She has problems in her interior. I want answers.
Talked about passwords here. I mean, Hunter Biden's password on his laptop was Hunter02. He drops it off at a repair store. I'm holding the receipt from Max Computer Repair, where in
December, a man with a vision depth of 4 fucking inches. I shit you not. This man can see 4 inches in front of his face. Yeah, somebody came in and dropped it off. I'm holding a photocopy of a picture of a receipt that alleges that this laptop was given to someone in a totally different department from you, and you're telling me you think I'm an asshole? Is that what you're saying? Please help me get out of the Jeff Greenberg thing. Just fucking, all right.
2019, they turned over this laptop to the FBI, and what now you're telling me right here is that is the...
Well, it's obviously during the Trump years, it was a shit show. Yeah. Nobody knew what the fuck, which way was up when Trump ran the place. So we were all lost. We were adrift. Back on point now, but that was never my department. But if it was, I still wouldn't have been able to. He shut the lights off. He was going to move the building.
Director of FBI Cyber, you don't know where this is after it was turned over to you 3 years ago.
It wasn't turned over to him 3 years ago. Secondly, it's not his fucking department. Computers are not computers. He's not from the fucking geek squad at the FBI. You moron. You look. You're the cable guy, right? You're here. Cable. Okay. What's my Netflix password? What do you mean you don't know? It does movies. Cable does movies. What do you mean Netflix doesn't use cable? But I signed up for Netflix like 4 years ago. You're hooking up the cable now because I switched internet providers, and as part of the package, it gives me cable, but because it takes $30 off my bill if I get even though I'm not going to fucking use. I just want Netflix. What's my password? You're a movie cable person. Is that the crack of your ass? Yes, it is. So, look.
Yes, sir, that's an accurate statement.
How are Americans supposed to trust that you can protect us from the next colonial pipeline if it seems that you can't locate a laptop that...
And by the way, hack of the colonial pipeline. We're not worried about the British making a pipeline, just in case you're worried.
Given to you 3 years ago from the first family, potentially creating vulnerabilities for our country.
Yeah. I mean, if Russia had anything, they'd used it by now, and it obviously didn't fucking work, but...
It's not in the purview of my investigative responsibilities.
But that is shocking that you wouldn't...
Yeah, it's shocking that you wouldn't know something that was taken into evidence that has nothing to do with your department 3 fucking years ago. I mean, what kind of a...
Does the assistant director of cyber know whether or not there are international business deals, kickbacks, shakedowns that are...
Well, because those would be the purview of the Financial Crimes Bureau, which if anybody had that laptop, would have that laptop. This motherfucker is working on something else. This is a bunch of drop what you're doing and fix my sink bullshit.
This laptop that would make the first family suspect to some sort of compromise. Mr. Assistant Director, have you assessed whether or not the first family is compromised as a result of the Hunter Biden laptop?
Dude, I'm a fireman. I work on fire suppression. It's not my fucking business if the president's son used to be addicted to roasted marshmallows and would hang around campfires a long time ago. That has nothing to do with wildfires. What are you talking about?
Sir, as a representative of the FBI cyber program, it is not in the realm of my responsibilities to deal with the questions that you're asking me.
Has anyone at FBI cyber been asked to make assessments whether or not the laptop creates a point of vulnerability?
He's like, digitally? Physically? I don't know. Fuck, why would we? It's not plugged into anything. It's sitting on a shelf. It's about to wake up. It's going to control the nukes from inside.
Sir, we have multiple lines of investigative responsibility in the FBI. They're all available in public source.
Well, I would think you'd know this one. I mean, I would think that if the president's son...
Yeah, why would you think that? I don't know. We know what you think when you bother to do it. The question is, why? Why? Right? Anybody else think that's fucking weird?
Who does international business deals referencing the now president with the Chinese, with Ukrainians. I mean, have you assessed whether or not the Hunter Biden laptop gives Russia the ability to harm our country?
Sir, again, we can do this back and forth for the next couple of minutes. I don't have any information about the Hunter Biden laptop or the
But should you? I mean, you're the assistant director of FBI Cyber.
By my...
You are the assistant manager of Best Buy. Can you help my mom get into her Facebook page or fucking not?
The block and line chart? No, sir, I should not.
Who should we put in that chair to ask questions about this laptop that FBI has had for 3 years?
Look on the fucking receipt and call in the case agent. Why the fuck is it my job to know that and you don't? Who to give it to? Interview him your fucking self. You don't even have to bring him over here. As a member of Congress, you can fucking do a podcast with the dude. Shit.
Sir, I'm not in a position to make a recommendation who should say.
So you don't have it. You don't know who has it. You don't know where it is. You're the assistant director. You know, earlier you talked about whether or not you were the Grant Hill or the Christian Laettner. It sounds like you're the Chris Webber trying to call a timeout when you don't have one. So I mean,
I don't know what, like, this dude is just like the new Jeff Greenberg. He's just vying to be Matt Gaetz's new Georgia to Florida sugar daddy pipeline partner.
is it? Do you even know who has it? Do you know who we should put in that chair to ask these questions to?
No, sir, I don't know who has it.
Well, could you find out and tell us? You're going to have to give us.
The last person who said he had it was Rudy Giuliani. He said it had it in his possession, and it was after the time of you holding that up. He said it multiple times that he has the laptop in his possession, and it's after the date on that bullshit photocopy of a picture of a printout of a receipt that you're holding up that says it was given to the FBI when it was not. If Rudy is telling the truth, in which case, fucking call him.
Thanks to Mr. Lieu and Mr. Massey's question about whether or not the FBI was taking a $5 million test drive on the Pegasus system that was being used to target people in politics, people in government, people in the media, people in American life. So
people on an airplane with a 17-year-old girl on LSD who may or may not have had sex with two adult males under duress while she was intoxicated, you know, is a total abuse of power.
Commit to give us a briefing as the assistant director of FBI Cyber as to where the laptop is, whether or not it's a point of vulnerability.
I swear to God, this is, seriously, if this was an older member of Congress, there would be jokes all over the internet about how this dumb fuck doesn't know the difference between cyber and computer evidence and like power grid vulnerabilities and hacking versus like shit you take into evidence about other, like, it's just weird.
Whether or not the American people should wonder whether or not the first family is compromised.
Sir, I'd be happy to take your request back to our office.
Gosh, I mean, will you advocate for that briefing?
Yes, I'll advocate for it. I'll walk around with a fucking sandwich board that says Free Hunter's Laptop around fucking Quantico while we're chasing down about 200 active serial killers and pedophiles who use the fucking internet to pass shit around, and while we try to stop Stormfront from kidnapping governors and setting up murder for hire systems through networks in fucking prison libraries, and then the like cartels in the South and fucking ISIS and the Russians from breaking into our fucking power grid or shutting down machines in hospitals all at once. While I'm doing that, I'll walk around and advocate for a piece of evidence that's not under my control, that may or may not have ever fucking existed, to be glanced at. Get fucked.
You will?
I will be happy to take your request back to FBI headquarters.
Well, do you believe that that is a briefing that the Congress is worthy of having, I guess?
Sir, I am
It's not his fucking job.
not going to answer that question. Right? I'm here to talk. The
It's a
invitation, no, sir,
timeout.
the invitation says oversight of the FBI's cyber.
This is not, look, I came, it didn't say anything about bring your own beer. It said free buffet, no assholes. And I was like, this sounds like a party that I would like to go to. And then I show up, and quite frankly, sir, this is bullshit.
It does not say anything.
Well,
about
right, but I mean,
the
this is a cyber asset. This is a
not a
point of
cyber
vulnerability. If there are
He's like, it's not a cyber asset. Ah, bless your heart. Thank you for finally just saying it. It's not a cyber asset. It's a laptop which opens and shuts like they're clam shaped. Fuck off.
if there are business deals, if there are references to things that could harm our country, like
If there are nude pictures of 17-year-olds, some of us would like to look at those and see if there's any chance that that people could be compromised by this thing. You know, I think we agree, right, Gary? We should have the right to look at those things.
you can't even sit here right now and say that you know that there's not a point of vulnerability. Maybe there are other crimes, maybe there are tax issues or whatever, but as it relates to is the first family sufficient cyber infrastructure to protect? You don't even know if they're
Wait, hold on. Is the first family sufficient cyber infrastructure to protect?
Is the first family sufficient cyber infrastructure to protect? You don't even know if they're compromised.
Is the first family sufficient cyber infrastructure to protect? So you should protect the cyber infrastructure of the first family. Huh? I can't tell at this point whether he's just trying to fish around and go like, do you look at everybody's phones or just Hunter's? What the fuck?
Tell you what, Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record of this committee the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop, which I'm in possession of.
Why are you in possession of it? And by the way, let's see it, motherfucker. It all fits on that? That's the hard drive? Where'd you get it? He got it from Rudy Giuliani. There were 4. Rudy, remember, he said 3. One of them got to Madgate somehow.
I'm not.
There's no objection to that.
So I can't say no objection.
Yeah.
I've never had.
I will object pending further investigation.
And what's the basis of that objection?
Because you have to check and see if it's actually what you say it is, fucko. I would like to, Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter the context of Jeff Greenberg's cell phone. Objection, why? Well, why? To prove it's real. No, that's not. Look, if I say that's what's on there, that's what's on. That's what it is. What the fuck?
It's a unanimous consent request, and I object pending.
Very well, I have a subsequent question. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the receipt.
It may very well be
from the Mac shop.
It may very well be entered into the record after we look at it further.
Very well, Mr. Chairman, I have a subsequent unanimous consent.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the receipt from the Department of Justice
Mr. Chairman, this is
to
Ms.
the
Deming.
Mac shop.
Am I next, or am I next?
Without objection.
Fucking Zoom calls. Yeah, you can put the receipt in.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After a consultation with majority staff, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record of this committee content from, files from, and copies from the Hunter Biden laptop.
Without objection.
Oh, content from, files from, and copies from the Hunter Biden laptop. So not all of it, and it's all right. And then so they have to look at it and they go, okay, if some of it's real, then we'll put the some part that's real in it, and the rest of it, fuck you.
Thank you. Yield back.
Again, doesn't exist. Fucking hell. This is and what did he try to get in there? This bullshit, that bullshit. It's garbage. I'm sorry. Look, I want to see all the stuff that's on there, but I want to see the metadata. I want to see the real fucking thing. But sorry, the laptop was dropped off by somebody. You're sure it was Hunter Biden, who didn't sign the receipt until later that you couldn't find. But he came in, you're sure it was him, even though you can only see 4 inches in front of your face. And he dropped off a laptop, and you knew it from, you knew it was Hunter Biden's because of the Beau Biden Foundation sticker on it. And as you went, you looked over it, you knew that there was some nefarious things involved. So you gave it to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, and then they came back, and then you turned it over to the FBI. But they don't have it. You just have a receipt that says you did. And they never took a picture of it and went, holy fuck. Click. Jesus Christ. It's Hunter Biden's laptop. He fucking left it here. Nobody thought to do this, right? Nobody in fucking 18, 19, 2020, 2021, nobody along the way went, fuck, there it is, right there on your fucking, nobody, not Steve Bannon, not Matt Gaetz, not Rudy Giuliani, not fucking Andrew Giuliani, nobody. Are you fucking kidding me? And this is what we get? A fucking copy of a drive? Like, it just fucking aggravates me. This is so lazy. The entirety of this, I mean, of course it's bullshit. But can you guys do me a favor? Can you lie a little better? You're so practiced at it. You have worked so long to develop lying skills. One would think after a while, you'd be accidentally good at it. You know what I mean? Some of the shittiest guitar players in the world actually get really good after just years on the road fucking around. You know what I mean? After you've really applied yourself, and I mean, it's just a habit. You follow the old man to work and you just do what he does. Eventually, I didn't even have to go to school for it. I know where the eggs are laid. I know how to slop the pigs, and I know when to bring the cows in. It's just kind of intuitive at this point. Fucking hell.
Can I, unanimous consent to put in documents and stuff and copies of things from the Hunter Biden laptop that are in my possession.
Why are they in your possession?
That's a good question.
It's called Democrat cover-ups. No, it isn't. Yes, the Democrats who apparently can't, it's like herding cats, and we don't even know how to run a country, and we got no idea about security, but we managed to lock down big tech, the entire fucking world industry, oil and gas, the United States. We fucking rigged the elections. We can do all this stuff. And again, Biden doesn't know what day it is. He's old, according to Glenn Beck, and yet he's a master criminal who knows all the intricacies of cyber. Meanwhile, this dickhead is like, but you're in charge of cyber. You're in charge of cyber. You're the cyber guy. You don't understand, okay? Do you or do you not own a computer? Yes, I do. Do you not have Wi-Fi in your house? Yes, I do. Okay, so how do I get a packet of cocaine out of a Roomba without breaking it? The Roomba? No! Sir, Mr. Chairman, if you could make the man answer my question. Shit. God, this is it's a series of tubes. I have lovely Wi-Fi. It's good. I'm glad you do. It's good that you do. How many disappointments seriously. I'm seriously disappointed. Where the fuck are these people? And by the way, thank you guys so much. Mama Adnu, again, let me scroll this sucker up. Jim, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Melinda, thank you for the super chat. Aaron, thank you for the super chat. Beanto says, you're killing me tonight, Hal. Thank you, Bean. Robin for 5 says, you need laughter. I need laughter. Everybody scream for laughter. That's right. Or clapter, which is what Jimmy gets when he does stand-up. We love the mainstream media, Mr. Sparks. Thank you. It's part of my goal to take over the world. If I could only become a full-fledged CIA agent, that's my dream. Kind of like Elvis working for the DEA. I'd like to be. Is there any way that I could be put in charge of the detail that watches the drugs? I want to follow the criminals to their hive and find out where the drugs are tonight. I want to blow. We're going to do a bit of blow. All right, here. Right. Thank you, Zigstein. Thank you for that. 828 total subs. We got to get to 1,000. We'll make it one day. Thanks for the follow, though. Appreciate it. We got a couple of people just followed on Twitch as well. Means a lot. Robert, thank you. Misty Q, thank you so much for that. Lots to cover. Yes. Extra time, Squee. Yes, there's definitely extra time tonight. I'm just locked into this thing. Andrea, oh my gosh. Break a leg summer. So excited for you. We'll tell her. Very excited. The show looks fantastic. I'm so proud of my girl. I gotta say, the show was finishing up and I could tell it was getting to the final number, and I started getting a little misty. Because she worked so hard on it. She and Jamie, her partner, worked so hard on putting the show together, and the dancers work really hard, and it's great. It's really beautiful to see her, and them making this progress. So, Candy, thank you. Hi. Oh, the Tool cover? I'm doing Sober for sure. I am just a worthless life. I am just an imbecile. I will only complicate you. Trust in me and fall as well. I agree. Summer is gorgeous. Okay. How you watch the show? They did a run through and taped it today. They'll do a run through and tape it tomorrow, and then they may post it. But it's a live show, so they'll post only parts of it. You got to go see it live in Vegas. They're trying to get it. Is the Tool cover going to be available? Yes. When we do it at the Jam, they'll post it like they do some of the other songs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sober is one of my favorite songs of theirs too. All right. Where are we? Oh, yes, we did that. Okay, so why the mainstream media? Why tonight did I call the show, HAL is the mainstream media? Well, mainly because the mainstream media is apparently some sort of villain. And if that's a mantle, I would love to do the pot. That's me. Who are you to raise your finger? You practically raise the dead. I forget the lyrics right now, but I hold deep in muddy water. That's what it is. The video for Tool's Sober is one of my favorite videos of all time. My favorite video of all time is, of course, our dear friend of the show, Jason Charles Miller's band, did a cover of Eleanor Rigby. Godhead did a cover of Eleanor Rigby, and I love the video for it. It's just great. It's really simple, but it's great. I love the theme of it. I love the way it looks. It's just awesome. Hal, going to see the Who? Am I a fan? Yes, I am. Yeah. You practically raise the dead. Yeah, that song is so fucking cool. I mean, that was the song off that record in a lot of ways. That's so weird you were listening to Tool today. That's a good thing. So fucking good. So where was I? Mainstream media. That's right. Before we got lost in Tool land. It happens. Can you trust the mainstream media? I mean, it is mainstream for a reason, because a large swath of the public has checked in, kind of like the world's favorite weatherman. He'd be the mainstream weatherman. He'd be the one that's right the most often. where the narrative has actually checked out over time, and the moments that they've been wrong, they'll either admit it or retract something, or just swallow their pride and just move on, I suppose, sometimes. But unlike, the fringe media, which apparently can be wrong all at once and never retract what it does, and yet somehow it's just right because it probably was, 46 and 2 is your favorite? That's a great song as well. I didn't forget. All right. Thank you, Rose. Tool Land was very nice. Thank you, Maria. How many years I spent with MTV? VH1. I wasn't really with them. I only did one pilot with them, but I did 4 years of shows with them. Yeah. Al, what's your opinion of Korn? I like their sound. I like the first record. After that, they kind of lost me. It got a little hip hoppy for me. Rocket by Def Leppard. Rocket, yeah. Satellite of love. That's what. By the way, that's what they're saying. Satellite of love on Rocket, the song. Satellite of love. Yeah. All right, here we go. We're going to get caught in singing. I got a job to do, especially with this dipshit here. So, the mainstream media is a great punching bag because it's sort of a big them and a they. You know what I mean? It's like an Illuminati. It's the Illuminati next door. Everybody knows what the fuck you're talking about because you're kind of talking about everything, but you're equating all of it, and you don't really mean it. You don't really mean that the mainstream part of it is like that. Of course, it's not the one. It's not the channel I like. It's all the other big channels. It's all the big channels except the big channels that I like. And of course, mainstream media can encompass everything from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, ABC, NBC News, CBS News, the news organizations, fucking Reuters and AP and whatever. That's the mainstream media news. But it also is like Bravo and whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Reality television. At this point, it's just like a catch-all for like, do you like being bullshitted? Well, that's where you go. And meanwhile, the Russell Brands and the fucking Jimmy Dores of the world and everybody's like, the mainstream media is the enemy. They're the ones who don't want you to know what I'm telling you. Meanwhile, what do they cite all the fucking time? The mainstream media. Now, Russell is occasionally different because he'll go to shit rags like the Jacobin and Mint Press and shit like that and go, this isn't propaganda. I can tell because they're screaming U.S. imperialism at me. That would never be allowed. Even though in the United States, one of the things that makes us wonderful is that you can have organizations like that. But they took RT off of DirecTV. Who? DirecTV did. Oh, so the government didn't censor it? No. RT left. Oh. They self-censored before their reporters could shit on the war, which proves to me that we have no Third Amendment anymore. All right. So, yeah. So, oh no, he didn't. He did not. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. Let's see. Vids. We'll go to here. Filters. Edit filters. Chroma key. Oh, it's the wrong one. Hold on a second. It's gonna be this guy. Oh, wait, hold on. It's gonna be, yeah, that's the right one. So vids, let's see. Go to here, go to filters, go to edit filters. Oh, I see. Here we go. There we go. We'll take this. Excellent. And we'll move this over here. And then we'll take this and we'll go with that guy. Let me just move this up. There you go. There you go. You don't wear a green shirt on my fucking whoops, in my, you don't, that's not, you can't How are you? You didn't think this shit through? You don't wear a green fucking shirt? Ever. You out of your fucking mind? It's just fucking stupid. Like, how many times we gotta, I mean, like, I need to teach a fucking class. None of these assholes, you have any media training at all? Are you out of your fucking mind? Shit. Okay, here we go. Yeah, whatever. Trump watch. Fuck off.
Reports are Emily may be close to devastating
Is it signal? Is it noise? Is it the armor-piercing shell of the rubber? All right. Oh, this is their ad. Diversity of coffee. Facebook evil. Aggregate. It pushes Trump stuff right to the top. It's completely trustworthy. And don't think for a second that this is stock footage we purchased that allows to put our app demo in the hands of a black person. That's not true. MXM, the main not news, the main Christ news, the Christic news, the M&Ms. I could do, if I want to play sex games and do M&Ms, right.
Okay, in a world driven by information.
Okay, I thought that ad was awful. Christ, man. Fucking exfoliate. Do something. Just because you're older doesn't mean you have to insist on looking like shit all the time. It's like a barnacle fucked Grizzly Adams.
There's a major news site that's out with an app. Minute by Minute, MXN. Its founder, MXM.
Yeah, MXM, not MXN. But you know what? Fuck it. M&Ms. It's an M, it's an X, it's an and, it's a who cares. It's an ampersand.
Its founder is Donald Trump Jr. He joins us now. Don Jr., well, tell me, what, this looks like a direct, you're taking on Drudge in the mainstream media. Why did you get...
Yeah. Why don't you, hold on one second. I just got to do something real quick if I
worked
can.
Up.
Yeah. What, how did you get people worked up when you're doing this? Like, you obviously are the king of media. You know how to deal with this, this kind of stuff probably better than anyone. Tell us all how you just kind of mastered control of the media.
You're one of the best guys putting out Twitter, putting out, you're...
Yeah, you're the best guys at filming himself when you're on a professional television show. Most people would knock their camera and then look like an asshole because they just realized they fucked up on... I mean, it's not a real show, but, it feels like one to you because you're in one of 3 houses your dad gave you to shut you the fuck up. Your
social media feeds, you obviously got very well-informed opinions. But what was it?
Yeah, that's what we need. You've obviously got very well-informed opinions about, how much coke to do before you start. Oddly, everything tastes like tangerines and battery acid.
Hit your tripwire, then you said, hey, I got to do this. I've got to get a news aggregation site.
A news agnet site. Yep, news agnet.
Just watching what happens there on social media, Steve. You can see the stories, the Hunter.
Yeah, you could see the stories that everybody forgets about. You can see how everybody just ignores the sites. Nobody really pays attention when you're trying to do stuff. Like, you can sing your heart out like I'm doing right now. Oh, why is Daddy and Jeffrey Epstein on my chest? Oh, why do I look kind of like Ellis's second best?
Oh, Daddy, why don't you love me more than Jeffrey Epstein did? I guess it's true when they say what they say about a rich third generation kid. Oh, yeah.
Biden laptop, the Wuhan lab leak theory, and everything that was debunked and all of the nonsense. You know, people were writing about these.
All the Wuhan lab and the things that were debunked and all of the nonsense. All right, so your mainstream media MXM site is going to aggregate all the nonsense. Okay.
They were real. They were people questioning it. You just never saw it anywhere. You know, Drudge sort of used.
Huh. Guys, did you ever see anybody questioning stuff during this? Did you? I mean, anywhere? You mean people couldn't assert these things like they knew? Oh, thanks.
The guy to do that,
Carl.
and when they don't even report on the Durham report, you understand that whether it was a trade of ownership or whatever, you know, they've gone.
Well, there's no Durham report. How can they report on the Durham report when there's no Durham report? Aha!
Oh, they've decided to please, you know, the corporate overlords and, you know, cash out, make some money, whatever it may be. That's fine. But I was seeing all of these stories and.
Dude, the notes, fucking hell, man! Right, they're off to his right over there. One of these days, I'm gonna have a grown-up green screen. Son of a bitch.
Live in some of the stories of the last 5 years. I just needed people to see what was actually out there. So we created, me and a couple.
Oh yeah, I just needed people to see what was out there as well. It's funny that you brought that up. Who's that? Do you have friends over right now, or what?
Super MAGA guys, all smart guys, all political, all saw just the dearth of information, the suppression of real information that's out there. You know, I'll never see War Room pop up on social media. If I do, I see 10% of what I would of an equivalent amount of posts from CNN. So we created MXM for a.
Oh, I see. Because it's not anywhere near as popular as CNN, or because it's shitty? Like, people look once and they're like, God damn.
That people can find the.
Thank you. Yes. Let him actually tell you the reality.
Stories that are out there that they're not going to see anywhere else, unfortunately.
No. Yeah, there are certain pictures, you know, you're not going to see anywhere. You know, especially when, you know, certain, you know, high-powered people get in the press, they're gonna hide those pictures from the public, you know? And I don't know how they get away with it.
So how do people execute on this? Because we're going to put it.
Yeah, how do they execute on this? What's their armor-piercing shell for the signal not noise, also Navy language?
You know, the War Room Posse is a great force multiplier, and I want to tell everybody this. Yeah. How do people actually?
Yeah, yes, the War Room Posse is a great force multiplier. If you're attacking the Capitol. For everything else, it's completely fucking worthless. I got to be honest. Like, it's got no reach. Steve, if it wasn't for my show, most people wouldn't know what your shit was. Sorry. Honestly, I feel slightly guilty, but you're hilarious, so I'm...
Get access. Where do they go? What do they do? I want to ask you about your...
What do they do? Give me the link so I can fucking get past this. I know I gotta have you on or your dad won't come on, and I barely want to have him come on, but if I don't bring him on, then Mike Pillow won't come on, and if Mike Pillow won't come on, he won't buy ads anymore. And, I mean, you don't think my skin regiment is cheap, do you?
Process in a second. How you? Because I know you're a guy that's on every news site reading papers all day long, like your dad.
Yeah, rolling papers, like all day long, maybe.
How does this audience actually get access to that, and how can they start using it as a tool?
You can just
and do it without glancing at your notes.
MXMnews.com, MX.
Dude, are you checking that? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Look at him looking to the side. You're not sure it's MXM.com? You're not? You don't think so? You're not?
like minute by minute, news.com.
Minute by minute by minute, I'll be holding on. I'll be holding on. Minute by minute by minute by. Now I got a fucking earworm. Look at that, Don. He's already singing. I'll be holding on. I'll be holding on. Minute by minute by. Now we've all got the earworm. I don't know whether to hate him or love him. Look, we finally won good. Yes. Yes, I will. That's right. The Doobies. Our dear friend of the family, John Cowan, is singing with those guys right now. Hold on. Let's see if I get a... whoops, wrong one. We get here? There we go. Wake up, keyboard, you crazy. If I play it... Yeah, there we go. Let's see, where is he? Doobie Brothers, John Cowan. This is, just in case you don't know, this is John Cowan. He was in Newgrass Revival. Just a fucking songbird. He's kind of got he's like if Steve Bannon was good. Steve, get yourself together. Learn to sing. You'll never be able to sing as good as John Cowan. Come and listen, ye fellows, so young and so fine, and seek not your fortune way down in the mines, 'cause it'll become a habit that's attached to your soul, till your heart and your blood run as dark as the coal. When it's dark as a dungeon and damp as the dew, where the danger is double and the pleasures are few. Oh, you're playing like Plant Your Fields. Where the rain, it never falls, and the sun never shines. It's dark as a dungeon, way down in the mines. Fucking John's version of that song is How I Tune Up My Throat.
First time I heard John.
This Sam Bush. We love Sam. I can't play any of it that'll get me in trouble. But let's see if here goes.
Oh man, listen, you fellas.
It's just so pretty. Hold on.
Way down in the mine.
Dude, doesn't even work. Doesn't even work.
'Cause it'll become
a habit
that's attached to your
soul.
Till your heart
and your blood run
as black as
the coal. Fucking hell, just so good. So John is like I love John singing. I mean, like always. And he's in the Doobie Brothers now. He's filling in. He plays bass and sings with the Doobie Brothers. So, anyways. My father said, some things you learn by only doing when it comes your turn. Everything comes around, so be ready if you can. Prepare your heart like the farmer turns his land. and you plant your fields when the spring is tender. When the summer beats down, you pray for rain. You hope for the harvest through the long cold winter. And then you plant your fields again. So anyways, every time my voice is fucked up, I go and I sing along with John Cowan and like clean it up because he has no grit. It's so clean and bell tone and beautiful that I'm like, if I can get to that point. Oh, side note, hang on a second. This happened too. Okay, so we can take a break from some of this craziness for a moment to have a moment amongst ourselves. Let's see. Yeah, let me go to this, and then I go to verify. I go over here. So so Shelley Wright, some of you may not know, is lovely. Shelley Wright is a lesbian. She and her partner are married. They have beautiful children. They are wonderful people. She's a country artist. When she came out of the closet, it messed with her career a bunch, but she's, got her audience and they love her, and as do we. If you like country music at all, Shelley Wright's your girl. It's like, she's beautiful and talented and wonderful and great, and we love her. And so somebody from this country artist who plays guitar for Gabby Barrett wrote this bullshit QAnon stuff about, that women are supposed to, be... What feminism does is outlaw constructive male dominance. Like, it's a bunch of fucking bullshit. And so Shelley Wright wrote, and I'm pulling a Jimmy Dore to read you what I said. But this was a cute little conversation. She goes, what the absolute hell is this? And I said, colloquially, it's referred to as misogynistic gobbledygook, I believe. And then she responded, she goes, yes, that's exactly what it is. Miss you. And I responded to her, P.S. I talked to Sam Bush about playing on our duet of Callin' Baton Rouge. He's in. And she said, love that guy, put me in, coach. So that took a giant leap forward in the last couple weeks. While I was with my dad, we went and saw Sam live, and I brought it up, and so I'm going to make this shit happen this year. So here's I don't know if you guys know the song, Callin' Baton Rouge. It's about the singer, the protagonist, slept with a girl the night before and in Baton Rouge, and is pulling over at all these truck stops and calling Baton Rouge because they miss this girl. And I thought it would be awesome. The girl's name is Samantha. My ex-girlfriend's name is Samantha. I thought it would be awesome if Shelley and I did a duet of that song where we sing a duet and we both slept with the same girl. That this Samantha character in the song, we are both pining for the same girl. And then there's a breakdown in it. Hello, Samantha, dear, I hope you're feeling fine. And it won't be long before I'm with you all the time. But until then, I'll spend my money up right down to my last dime. Right? And the last two lines of that are in harmony. And if she did the part like, hello, Samantha, dear, I hope you're feeling fine. And I go, and it won't be long until I'm with you all the time. But until then, I'll spend my money up right down to my last dime. And right? And yeah. See? Yeah. Oh, I mean, in the song, like the character in the girl we're singing to is somebody we both hooked up. Like, I mean, honestly, it's a guy and a straight male and a lesbian singing to the same bi girl in a song in a country tune. Are you fucking? I'm just saying, wouldn't that be great? It's a sweet song. So, anyways, I just thought that was fucking great. Ha! Minute bomb, minute bomb. Happy good. Minute bomb, minute bomb, minute bomb. Happy give it to me do.
When it's dark.
I mean, come on. When it's dark as a dungeon and damn pale as the dew. It's a Newgrass Revival song. John Cowan and Sam Bush and those guys did it, and then Garth Brooks covered it because he always loved their version. Anyways, I don't want to talk about that with this asshole on the screen. All right, let's get on with it.
Just go to donjunior.com. That's the easiest one.
Yeah, just go there. Nobody goes there. It's like, seriously, there's like no waiting. Just go to donjunior.com. I mean, it's so lonely. I mean, just go to donjunior.com where I have some SEO control over what's on there.
You just click on the link, whether you're on Google for Android, whether you're on Apple for iPhone. Literally click on the link. It'll take you right there to the app.
Yeah, just click on, it's just a hyperlink that says Big Tech. And it's got a little cross between it. And it just, you just have to swear your allegiance to Big Tech and then click that. Yeah.
Totally free app. You really have nothing to lose. If you don't like it.
Wait a minute. It's free? Why, I would think people would pay top dollar for a service like this, young man. It almost sounds like you're giving it away for free so you can get something later. Now, how am I supposed to know that the inner workings of this app won't automatically push stories about your father that are positive right to the top of the list? If I paid for it, at least I'd have some recourse. But I guess if I'm just squatting on a free app, by God, what opportunity do I, what options do I have, really?
Don't think you're seeing the right news, just delete it. We're not asking anything. Just as one of the people that's, again,
we're not asking anything. We just want some, you know how there's like a shit ton of right-wing sites and apps right now? Yeah, we just thought add another one. Water the market down. Hal, can you please sing a verse of Silent Lucidity for my grandpa and my cat? Yeah. Sure. Hush now, don't you cry. Wipe away the teardrops from your eyes. You're lying safe in bed. It was all a bad dream spinning in your head. Your mind tricked you to feel the pain of someone close to you leaving the game of life. But here it is, another chance. Wide awake, we face the day. The dream is over. Or has it just begun? There you go. Ta-da!
The body.
900 people in the chat. I start singing and we lose 100 people. See, there you go. Just it's all about branding.
Seen the suppression of thought and ideas of
Oh, shut up. I'll get back to you in a second.
Conservative mindset and opinion. I just said someone's got to do this. Someone's got to fight for this stuff. Obviously, I've done that extensively, whether it's on social, whether it's on TV, using whatever platform I can. But I want to make sure that
yeah, you want to make sure that other people
see the news that I'm seeing, that I'm basing my opinion off of. And so,
Yeah, yes, people don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So they would like to see, like, everybody's asking me all the time, the fuck are you reading? They want to know where I get these ideas in my head. And I totally read it in the news. And they're like, I don't believe you. So I started this site to show them the news.
Do it. So easiest way, just go to donjunior.com. Right at the top, you click Apple or Android. It'll take you right to their respective sort of app stores. You download it.
Sort of app stores. Yeah, after they ping through a Chinese server. But yeah, sort of.
Free. You don't have to give any information. You don't have to do anything. You really have nothing to lose, Steve.
Yeah, except a piece of malware on your phone. Seriously.
One of the things I think people always appreciate about your dad is that he came at things from a kind of a hard, tough.
The fuck? Okay, first of all, party foul. You when you get a new mug, take the fucking sticker off, or everybody's going to know you're staying in an Airbnb. Secondly, give me liberty or what? Does that say liberty or death? Or property or death? Property or death? Like I mean, because that's the don't tread on me thing. Why the fuck does it say liberty or I mean, I get that it's kind of around the same time. All right.
Did a business approach.
Excuse me, I need some soup. I'm sorry. There we go. It's just, sorry, you were saying?
Thinking things through. You're obviously a businessman, came to politics late. Walk us through the curation process. Like,
yeah, you came to politics late. I mean, your dad knew people in politics, right? I mean, he wasn't in politics per se, but he was around power brokers.
One of the things I think the tagline, somebody said, mainstream media without the mainstream bias. You're getting real news, but without the bias. Okay. What's your curation?
Oh, that's you mean the PR person that they hired? Yeah, sorry. Beg your pardon. I don't know why that's in the way. Sorry, answer the question. Sorry.
So it's like in the morning. What is it the FT, the Journal?
Yeah, what is it that when you see shows up on your feed that you're like, that's news. That speaks to me. That's when I know I'm getting the unvarnished, unfiltered truth. How's it?
What is Don Jr. looking at to actually then?
Yes, right now. Oh, did you see that? 1 second. Wait a second. Did you guys just see real quick? What's Don Jr. looking at? He was checking his notes. and listen to what Steve Bannon says.
News, but without the bias. Okay. What's your curation process? Like in the morning, is it the FT, the Journal? What is Don Jr. looking at to actually then curate it for other people?
Yeah, it's actually everything, Steve.
Then he's like, what is Don Jr. looking at?
The difference is we're not shadow banning the War Room. If you guys have a great story, if you're breaking interesting news, if you put up a good, we will put it up there, and you'll see it with the same sort of attention as you would anything else. Yeah. So if I was looking on this morning, there was a story from ABC News, mainstream media. There was a New York Times article, but then there's something like the Daily Wire, the Daily Caller, you guys, any number of places where people are getting real news that's totally credible, but isn't going to be suppressed. You saw again what they did.
Yeah, totally. I mean, basically everything I see on Twitter was on there, except for the War Room, which that's a Mecton problem.
New York Post, I believe it's the second oldest newspaper in America, probably the second largest in New York City, and the Hunter Biden laptop, they broke it. It was an incredible story. It was 100%.
Oh, that's why. Oh, so they broke it? Did they buy it? Do they have it? Who has it? They broke the Hunter Biden laptop, so that means they've seen it. They've touched it. Oh, you mean broke the story. Oh, shit. I was hoping they had a picture of it, for insurance purposes.
Real. No one from the Biden campaign denied it, and the rest of the world said, we're not going to let you see this. We're not going to link to it. We're going to shut it down. If you're on MXM, you're going to see that article. You're going to get to read it. You're going to get
to read it and go, oh, they've never actually laid eyes on it either. Nobody at the New York Post fucking saw it ever. You're going to read that whole article and go, oh, Rudy Giuliani gave them some fucking printouts? And they went, sounds like Hunter to me.
Formulate your own opinion and decide accordingly. And we now know that a very large...
Yeah, you have to be able to formulate your own opinion. You have to be able to look at the news and go, I know, maybe the guy in this story is dead. while this guy was president. Maybe, but that doesn't necessarily line up with anything where, I just don't feel like I should judge what I'm seeing based on. I'm just saying that, if I look at this, I just find it suspicious. You don't find it suspicious? What? Oh. He got busted while that guy was, there's party video.
What?
I'm telling you. It's, you know what? You're right. I should just move on. I don't even know why. It's my bad. You're right. Sorry. Let me move this out of the way. It's wrong with me.
For people, like close to 20% of people in America who voted for Joe Biden, had they known about that scandal, which was obvious, it was totally real. Everyone knew it from the minute it broke. No one did anything. No one saw it. 20% of those people would not have voted for Joe Biden, and maybe we wouldn't be on the...
I think the thing they cite is 17%. They cite that one all the time, which is also bullshit.
Verge of World War III. Maybe we wouldn't have $6, $7 gas in some places. Maybe people would be able to feed their family, and we wouldn't be on the brink of...
No, we'd have $11 gas.
Recession, because we'd have sensible and credible policies, and we'd have a leader in the White House that actually leads, that doesn't just sort of sign off on whatever his puppet master.
Yeah, that's true. He's the kind of guy who, sure, he's got advisors. Sure, he's got people that he listens to and that would tell him, inside scoops and stuff, but he makes the final decision himself.
Just tell him to do. What's going on right now is a disgrace, and if people actually saw real news, maybe these problems wouldn't exist.
Yes, if only we saw real news, Putin wouldn't have invaded.
Ask you as a businessman, because I think what Cortez...
Yeah, that's not fair. That's just rude. Now you're just being a dick, Steve.
Join us back in a minute to go through some math. But one of the most underreported stories is the golden age of Trump, particularly like the fall and Christmas of 19 before the CCP virus hit, versus...
Yeah, it was so good 2 months before we entered a recession that had we not gone into COVID would have eaten his fucking economy alive during an election year.
Versus what Biden's done by policy. We have an inverted yield.
By the way, gas at the station near my house went down 30 cents this week.
Now we're heading into recession. Walk us through your perspective as a businessman.
Are we?
Where the economy is and where's the most unreported?
Yes, please. Give us the inside scoop. I've got some stock trades I need to make, and I want to know what a third generation rich kid who stays in one of 3 homes his father bought for him so he doesn't live in a crack house. Maybe it does on the weekends. It's none of my business, but yeah.
Stories about what a debacle we have in front of us, sir.
Well, listen, I think, you have the nonsense coming from Dodd-Frank that, tried to fix the disasters of 2007, 2008. I think they're going to come back.
Yeah, the nonsense coming from Dodd-Frank 2006. What the fuck? Oh my God. This is some grade A economic gibberish. Mwah.
Bite us in the butt. You have a recession where people, the Democrats' response to I can't afford $5 gas is go buy a $65,000 electrical vehicle. And I'm like, I don't understand how that works. And by the way, if everyone in America had electric vehicles, you wouldn't have the power generation to be able to actually charge them. So, you've had this thing where you've had artificially low interest rates for a very long period of time. Everyone's benefit of that.
I'm sorry. We've had artificially low interest rates for a very long time. Well, that doesn't sound good. What kind of an asshole would want artificially low interest rates. Mm-hmm. No? All right.
Certainly, anyone who's been an investor, anyone who's bought a home, anyone who's done that, but it doesn't work forever. When you have these inflationary practices coming in, when you have sort of almost an attempt, it feels like it's an attempt to destroy the economy at this point, when you have and are sitting on the world's the largest natural gas and oil reserves, but you refuse to use them, but you'll still take those same, fuel oil from Russia until about a week ago, Iran. You're negotiating with Maduro in Venezuela, who you didn't even recognize a few weeks ago. I mean, we are willing to negotiate with the world's leading state sponsor of terror. We're allowing Russia to arbitrate a deal with them. Iran will take their oil and gas.
Also, no, we're not. But I thought your dad was like, it's got to be get along with these Kim Jong-uns and these Vladimir Putins and these. I know them very well.
And enrich them, but we won't deal with the people of Texas. We won't deal with the people of Western Pennsylvania who produce oil, or Oklahoma, or any number of the energy-producing states. This is a recipe for disaster, and we're not.
First of all, well, what do you mean we won't? Since fucking when? There's 9,000 unused leases.
Doing anything to take the pressure off. That's the problem. We have off-ramps. We just refuse to use them. So you continue these inflationary practices.
We have off-ramps. We just don't use them, which is raise interest rates and drill, baby, drill, I think is what he's trying to get to.
Start raising interest rates, and all of a sudden that home that everyone aspired to during the boom times of Trump and bought, all of a sudden it's getting really expensive. We saw what happened in 07, 08. I don't see how this is any different. Frankly, it could be worse.
Okay, so you're just not going to say anything then? That was the answer. That was the sum total of the what would you do? I'm so glad these assholes aren't anywhere near any place of meaning.
I want to go to this about the dollar being the prime reserve currency. We've had we've had to pay a price for it for what we've had to do to support it. But the dollar's been the prime reserve currency. It allows us to run these massive budget deficits. But now you have a Fed and administration that is in weaponizing the dollar, actually putting in jeopardy. You're having these bundles, and we just heard that Putin's coming out and saying, hey, look, you want to buy my natural gas that 2/3 of Europe is heated by, you got to pay in rubles. How irresponsible do you think?
And everybody's like, would you rather have toilet paper? I mean, it's a little Soviet, but it's actually worth more. It's actually cheaper I can give you the toilet paper, and you could use that as currency, and you could just wipe your ass with the rubles at this point. You got to pay in rubles. Okay. Bye.
Your mind as a businessman, the Fed and the Biden administration have been about these massive deficits, the easy money, and not choking down inflation, sir.
Well, I mean, this is the big one, Steve. I mean, you nailed it. I mean, if you're not the world's reserve currency, you don't get to borrow and spend haphazardly. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we need that lesson. But
yes, because no other country in the world has, quote unquote, borrowed and spended because they don't have the world's reserve currency. I don't know of any Western countries that run a deficit to fund their, all of them do? Huh.
Man, the price we will pay to learn that lesson the hard way is going to be a disaster. If the U.S.
The price we'll pay to learn that lesson the hard way. Well, I guess it'll be a hard lesson then.
Dollar is no longer the world's reserve currency. It's right. You don't get to borrow and run these deficits the way you have in the past. You don't get to do all of the things. We've been sort of spending much more than we've been making for decades, and there comes a time where you have to pay the piper. If they continue these practices, if they drive everyone away from the dollar, China is salivating. They will do what.
Yeah. Again, have fun in your senior year. Please trade everything in yuan. Knock yourself the fuck out. Besides, an algorithm-linked, stabilized digital dollar, which is going to come at some point. It's just a matter of time, decades, whatever. I mean, fucking, like, we'll get to crystal credits at some point. 3,000 years from now, you think people are going to be like, do you have a 20? What the fuck's wrong? Well, this fucking bill, like, the machine won't take it.
They can to take over even a portion of that, even if it was a dual currency. If you allow them the ability to do...
Yes, it's a catamaran of currency. It's dual track. It's almost like they want to trade in dollars outside the country, and then inside the country they convert it to yuan, and then they convert it back out again. Imagine if they started doing that.
Everything we know and everything and the way we've lived over the last few decades in America is in jeopardy. It's a serious problem. I mean, I don't know that people can fully comprehend how disastrous.
Yeah, no, I certainly can't. Please explain it to me in some depth, please.
That would be, especially if you're used to living in America as a first world country, but it's really troubling.
Don Jr., you know your dad probably better than anybody. Can you...
Who would that be? I'm just saying, as noses go, it's kind of, I don't know, it's like split the difference. I guess there's no chin, so yeah.
Imagine a situation where MBZ in the UAE and MBS in Saudi Arabia wouldn't take the phone call of President Trump. I mean, last 2 weeks ago, given everything we've done for the Gulf Emirates, they would not take the call of Joe Biden, yet they invited Assad, MBZ for a state visit, and the Saudis who invited Xi for a state visit. What's your perspective on that?
I mean, it just, he exudes weakness. There's no reason to take his call. They act.
Yeah, they'll only meet with strong men who are willing to kill their own people. It's a thing.
They hold all the chips right now. And we've given them that advantage. I mean, we've literally given them that leverage by saying, yeah, we're not going to do anything with the reserves that we have. We're not going to pump our own oil and gas. We're not going to issue more permits. We're not going to do these things. Hey, guys.
Wouldn't they want to talk to us more if we weren't pumping our own gas? Because they know we want more of theirs and they kind of have us over a barrel. And if we came there, we'd be... Or is it because we've been energy independent, and we've maintained that, and we don't need that anymore, so why the fuck do we even bother with them? Other than world markets and, the overall price of oil and gas, which is what this was initially about. You got to make the call, but because they produce a lot still, even though they're running out. Let's do whoops. One second. Trump's oil deal. Inside the story of how the Saudi and Russian price war ended. Go away. From Villahermosa, a city near Mexico's largest crude terminal, which is a place Trump couldn't possibly feel more at home. A big crude terminal. It's like he was born there. Crude terminal. It's the role he was born to play. Energy Minister Rocio Nale raised her voice. Your Royal Highness, Mexico has already agreed, and now I'd like to ask you, do you agree with these terms? In Riyadh, Saudi Energy Minister Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, that's the, I guess, MBZ, whatever. No, MBS, and this one, the other MBS, the multiple MBS, ABS, is the ABM treaty. Nearly chuckled as he looked at a wall video feed showing his counterparts around the world. I go with the consensus. I agree, he replied. At that moment, the OPEC Plus alliance sealed the largest ever coordinated production cut, removing about a tenth of global supply. The historic deal was almost been derailed by a fight between Saudi Arabia and Mexico's populist government, forcing President Donald Trump to step in and broker a face-saving solution. Prince Abdulaziz declared himself sleepless and exhausted, but triumphant nonetheless. We have demonstrated that OPEC Plus is up and running and alive, he told Bloomberg News in an interview. After he clinched the agreement, I'm more than happy. How can you really be more than happy? Long live Carlin. For the past month, Saudi Arabia had pumped every possible barrel for sale at rock-bottom prices, punishing Russia for refusing to support deeper OPEC Plus output cuts in earlier March. Now Moscow and Riyadh will both reduce daily production by millions of barrels, spearheading a global agreement that almost all the world's major producers to rein in output. But the deal will only dull the pain, not end the crisis. The market is likely to remain overwhelmed for months to come by the catastrophic collapse in demand caused by the lockdown designed to slow the spread of coronavirus through some of the world's biggest economies. What? I don't even remember this. Did this happen? What happened in this year? That seems like craziness. This is just market manipulation. I don't remember like a downturn in use. What? The OPEC Plus agreement will not prevent sharp inventory builds in coming months. And near-term oil prices in the physical market will likely remain under pressure. The deal between the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and its allies will remove nearly 10 million barrels a day from the market through deliberate cuts. In addition, the group is counting involuntary declines in the production of the U.S., Canada, Brazil, and several other countries as companies reduce drilling activities due to low prices and weak demand. Deal maker. Here it comes. Trump's deal. The biggest winner appears to be Trump, who refused to deliberately cut American oil production, but was still able to broker the final deal. His phone call with Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, followed by a three-way conference call with Russian President Vladimir Putin and King Salman of Saudi Arabia, came up with a proposal that resolved the Latin American nations' objections to the agreement. Trump has taken time away from grappling with the world's largest coronavirus epidemic. Yeah, because he was so busy with that. And waded into oil politics with a surprising goal. He's gone from welcoming the crude price collapse to worrying about losing the American energy industry, fearing the job losses in Texas and other oil-rich states could hurt his re-election prospects. He convinced Putin and the Saudi monarch to end hostilities and make a compromise. Trump views himself as a deal maker. Trump went to the oil market's red phone. President Trump sealed the story by offering Saudis something that exists only on paper. When Mexico refused a big output reduction, putting the whole agreement in danger, Trump assured OPEC Plus that the U.S. would cut its own production on its neighbors' behalf. Mexico would remove 100,000 barrels a day, and the U.S. would contribute an additional 300,000 barrels a day. Trump said the White House, OPEC Plus officials, and others involved in the talks and said those extra barrels simply didn't exist. The decline in American production would be driven by prices, demand, and capacity in pipelines or tanks, not presidential press conferences. But ultimately, his offer was enough. It was bullshit.
We need you to open up the pumps a little bit. Of course they're going to drive up the price. They're not stupid. Okay, these are not dumb people. You may not like them, you may not anything, but like they're not dumb people, and they're going to take advantage. And Joe Biden.
Yeah, you may not like them, you may not anything. They're not dumb people. They're not the kind of people. They're not my kind of dumb. They're not the kind of people who have Post-it notes on either side of their monitor to try and remember what the fuck they're talking about.
Has given them that ability, and. You know, the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump was that they understood and respected Donald Trump. They don't understand or respect Joe Biden. They don't understand what he's saying because it seems he doesn't understand what he's saying. You saw how he walked back his comments 15 times and the White House has to fix it. Then he walk back because he doesn't know that they're actually doing.
You mean he was speaking based on his own personal feelings and there wasn't a change in policy and he said that and he said, do you walk anything back? And he said, no, I don't walk anything back. Do you think what you said is going to affect the how Russia perceives things? He's already made up his fucking mind.
Things and fixing these messes because it seems as though his own White House is not even telling Joe Biden what they're actually doing. I mean, it's literally embarrassing at this point. I mean, you could have a toddler running things better and they'd probably have a better understanding or a grasp of what was actually going on. They don't. But there is no scenario in the world in which one of these leaders of these foreign countries was not taking Donald Trump's call. Now you have North Korea, same situation. They're testing missiles that could reach any part.
Wait, hold on. This is what I... Maybe it's because they weren't fucking awake when you called, dummy. Get that out of the way. Are you up? What time is it there? Is it Coke o'clock in the morning? It's Coke o'clock in the morning here. I just picked up the paper. I'm in it. Floods. Anybody need a paper? I'm look at me. I'm on the front cover. It's a great picture of me. Look how big my crowd was. That's not water, that's people. They're all like, hello? It's Trump. Ah, fuck me. I was asleep. I didn't really. Don't pick it up next time. But I mean, it's the red phone.
United States. That stuff stopped for a while. You have China flying sorties over Taiwan. That stuff wasn't going on. Notice how Russia didn't exactly invade its neighbors under Trump because dictator.
Because they didn't have to. You do realize the shelling in Donbass and Luhansk and Crimea, that was ongoing all the time.
You may not like them, but guess what? They understand one thing, and they respect one thing, and that's power, strength, resolve. All of those things being...
And in spite of that, they took my dad's calls.
What Donald Trump exuded and what Joe Biden is totally lacking.
We got about a minute. How do people, one more time, how do they get to you and how do they get to this?
Let me guess, to go to donjr.com and then they click on the Apple or the Android icon and they go to a thing and they take those respective stars and they go to they get M&Ms and they go to brownmnm.org.
A new amazing site.
Well, you can follow me on all the social channels.
That's not what he asked you, asshole. He said, tell me how they get to the amazing site. It's not a site, it's an app. Did you not read the press release? We sent it to you. We faxed it.
You're going to have to work hard to try to find me there. I get shadow banned a lot, but oh man, it's brutal. I have people, Kimberly will tell me she's typed in my entire handle, my full handle, and I still don't even show up, with millions of followers. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's almost as if she's lying to you and she doesn't follow you, or she follows you and muted you so you didn't know.
If you want to check out MXM News, just go to, the easiest way is honestly go to donjr.com. It's right there on the top. If you're Google, Android, click the link. It'll take you right to their respective app stores so that you don't get suppressed there as well. Download it for free. If you don't like it, delete it in 5 minutes. But
yeah, you should tell in 5 minutes whether it's worthwhile. I mean, look at it. Looks like shit.
You're going to like it.
Oh, they're going to love it. People are going to love it. Want everybody to get it and push it out to your friends. Don Jr., thank you for doing this, and thank you for jumping in the war room today.
Thank you for being who you happen to be. And you're wonderful. And you're so much fun. And it's good to have you here.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Be well.
He's like Steve Bannon is like a carbuncle on Jiminy Glick's ass. Yeah, Truth Social. Who needs it? And this is what you want to do. Your dad's trying to launch this social media aggregate site, and you launch this other app while nobody's going to fucking Truth. All right. Let's get into this. I know it's late. I know you're weary. I know your plans don't include sleep. Still, here we are. I'm having popcorn. Oh, I got off the wait list. I've still got my account. I posted one thing. I haven't been back. It's not worth it. I mean, I guess I'll try and put, I know there's a way to hook up my phone and mirror it on here, but give me some time. I gotta look. Oh. Hold on. Turn that off. Now I got to go and turn off the filter, the green screen filter on the man, because that'll mess with my video. All right, now we're good. All right. So, right, close that. Get out of here. Okay, there we go. Now, this is the Trump rally from the other night. I reserve the right, like I did the other day, to fucking bail. Bob fucking Seeger. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
They're just like, don't play the whole fucking song. Play just the. It took them 90 fucking rallies or some shit to finally figure out don't play the whole fucking thing and have him wander around. Like, why don't we just cue up the chorus and we'll announce you and play. Oh, you can do that? Oh, yeah. It's just a couple of buttons right here. Dan, that's fucking sweet, man. Why didn't you? Where have you been this whole time? Right here saying the same shit for 6 fucking years? Why didn't we listen to you? Because I'm poor. Oh, right. Sorry. Why am I listening to you now? You know what? Play the whole fucking song. If he's poor. If he said it, it's wrong. Oh, God. And, yeah. And I won't. This is my thumb. Have a hat. Come on now. I'm like 10 minutes away from a t-shirt cannon. Look at all these hats I'm bringing out here. One fucking looks like a helmet. What is that? It looks like one of the hats from the hoods. Now it's just a stack of them. Oh, it's a white hat stuffed under there. Here's one for you, one for you. I need more hats. They're crazy for the hats. They love the hats. Who wants this? I'm keeping one for me. You can have that one. All right, he's still got a throwing arm. I said, whoa, I was in sports. Oh, that's good stuff. Hey, oh, there's a hat for you. Oh, look out. Just, fuck it. There you go. I don't know. Dum. Sabada! It's like the lamest version of Odd Job ever. I'm like a Bond villain, but not. Here's one for you. You want it? You can't have it. I need one. It's windy up here. Hey, everybody. I'm here. Okay, you. Hey, squirt. Right on my forehead. Squirt. Hi. Squirt. Right on my chin. Thank you. Hand job right. Oh, look at that big. Hi, lots of people. Hello, empty seats. How are you? How's everybody doing? Oh, and the song's almost over, and they were turn it off. People, big hand movements. I learned these from Russell Brand. This is. Here we go. Like I'm kind of doing a Prince thing. Hello. Squirt, right on my chin. Clap. Hello. Squirt. Thank you. Jizz on my chin. Thank you. Hey, all those people over there. Hello, you people. Humans. Hello. Thank you.
Georgia. Wow. That's a big crowd of people. That's a big crowd of people, and they love David.
That's a big gap of people. Since they cordon off the area where you are, so that's not capacity, that's a big empty space. It like basically they put, barriers out as far as people want to be. They see these things right here? Yeah, they put those out. They're way out there, and there's this business happening. I'm sure it's amazing. I was incredible.
He's going to be your next governor. He's going to do an incredible job.
He's going to be.
I want to tell
do great. It's so good.
You that it's great to be back in this incredible state where we did so well.
Well then, tell him. I wanted to tell you it's so great to be here. Is it great to be here? No, I wanted to tell you that, but quite frankly, what a fucking dump. The turnout sucks. Look at that giant gap. Oh, we'll do characters at some point.
We did so well, far better than anybody understands, but a lot of you do understand, with thousands of proud, hardworking, freedom-loving American patriots, and that's exactly what you are. 8 months from now, the people of Georgia are going to vote to fire the radical Democrats, and you're going to elect the wonderful friend of mine and a great man, a great senator, and a great man. David Perdue is your governor. We need him. We need him badly.
Oh, you mean the guy who literally could have been in the Senate, but you fucked it up by scaring everybody away? Because people were gonna vote, like, and you're like, voting's bullshit. It's rigged. And they're like, well, then why would I waste my time? Exactly. And then Perdue lost. You're like, oops.
And Burt Jones is running as lieutenant governor and is doing a fantastic job. And Jody Hyde.
Sorry, you're running a bird dog as lieutenant governor? I have to keep up on these people.
Is your Secretary of State, John Gordon as your Attorney General, and of course the great and legendary Herschel Walker as your Senator.
Those weren't boos. Those were like dog noises. That's what they do when a black person is around. Don't get scared. It's how MAGA people react.
Oh, we love Herschel. And together we're going to end Nancy Pelosi's political career once and for all.
By changing the governor, the senator, and the lieutenant governor? Oh my God, does Herschel think the senators are in the House? Is that what he thinks? Oh God.
But before we can defeat the Democrats, socialists, and communists, which is exactly what we're running against at the ballot box this fall, we first...
sorry. Are we? I didn't realize you were running is he going to be in the House this year? You think he's going to be Speaker? Are you going to run for Speaker?
Have to defeat the rhinos, sellouts, and the losers in the primaries this spring. We have a big primary coming out. Right here in your state, we're going to throw...
The primary is gay? Well, I'm very glad that it feels safe enough to come out. The primary is coming out, guys. Is it going to wait till coming out day, or is it just going to do it whenever its parents are ready?
Out a very, very sad situation that took place. Your Rhino Governor Brian Kemp.
Oh.
And we're going to replace him with a very strong person and a fearless fighter and somebody that frankly got screwed in the last election, David Perdue. No.
Yeah, by you, fucko. I mean, I'm glad you did, but basically this asshole talked everybody out of voting.
Lost in his life. Unlike Kemp and his crony Brad Raffensperger, David Perdue will never surrender to Stacey Abrams and the militant radical left. Not going to happen. With your vote, we're going to rescue the state of Georgia from the rhinos.
Yes. Yes, attack the Republicans. Yes, attack. Go for it. Knock yourself out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
To rescue your state from the radical left, and then we're going to, ready, make America great again.
Oh, you didn't before? It's weird. 4 years in the White House, and you didn't manage to do it?
And if there's one...
And by the way, it's Make America Great over and over, for the record. You guys know this. He knows this. Dogs know it.
Magoo.
All right. Magoo.
The people of Georgia need to know about this race is that Brian Kemp, he sold you out. He didn't look. He didn't want to look. He didn't want anything to do with it. He didn't want anything to do with it. Kemp has repeatedly caved to Stacey Abrams. I think he's afraid of her. Why is he afraid of her? The hell is there to be afraid of? But he bent to...
her organizing ability and her ability to get out the vote, which is why there's 2 Democratic senators in Georgia right now. That's what he's afraid of. That's what there is to be afraid of. I don't know that Kemp is.
Stacey Abrams, I don't think he bent to Joe Biden. I don't think Joe Biden knows what the hell's happening. And he definitely bent to the fake news media, which is right back there. Oh, look at all of them. Oh, look at all of them. Look.
What the fuck? Like, it's RSBN. They're the only people there. Why are you booing them? Those are the people covering your shit. Why would anybody go there? What kind? Honestly, who wants that fucking job? One of these motherfuckers might actually harm you as you're leaving.
The fake news, that's a lot of fake news.
It's RSBN, it's RAV, it's Newsmax, and it's like the local Fox affiliate.
Wow, I wish they'd show the extent of this crowd, because way, way behind them, this crowd goes as far as the eye can see.
Oh, so your vision is failing, I see.
As far as the eye can see. But they won't turn the cameras. Look, CNN, they won't turn the cameras. You know why? Because they don't want to have people see how big this movement is. There's never been a movement like this in the history of our country.
No. Certainly not at the March on Washington or the Obama inauguration or his gathering in Chicago. There's never been a dwindling movement like this in America.
Brian Kemp is a turncoat, he's a coward, and he's a complete and total disaster. Just consider these facts. Kemp and Raffensperger allowed themselves to be bullied into a catastrophic consent decree engineered by Stacey Abrams that effectively abolished signature verification and allowed massive voter fraud to occur throughout the state of Georgia. It's all been found out. We have all the numbers, and they're massive numbers. Under Kemp, who just didn't want to do anything, Georgia officials took $45 million from Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg. You ever hear that one? To fund election-related activities, over 90% of which was given to blue areas of the state.
That's because those are the areas that were denied actual voter booths, where they were denied drop boxes. That's where they were constantly undermined. Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook paid for water to be brought to the state, and 90% of it went to areas that have less water.
It's a Democrat turnout. 90% went to areas of the state to help the Democrats. Great job, Brian.
Great job, Brian. We spent all this time trying to fuck Democratic voters over the years, and you let it get turned over in an afternoon just for some cash. You whore.
Did a great job. We lost 2 senators over this. Not only a presidential election, we lost 2 senators, Kemp and Raffensperger.
Well, technically speaking, because of that, you lost the presidency, but only because more people were allowed to vote and got to vote and were able to vote. You lost the senators because you fucked up. Like, that's all you. That's 100% you. I have a feeling we would have gotten one Republican, more than likely, just with the regular voting in that situation. But this motherfucker talked his voters out of voting. Yeah.
Berger also allowed a left-wing organization to mail out 2.2 million absentee ballot applications and place unsecured
applications. So they got what? 5 of them came back with the same name on them, and the Republican governor and the Republican Secretary of State went, it's in a Democratic area, but I mean, I know it's just the same name and it's only registered once, but send them 5 ballots. I don't know.
Drop boxes throughout the state. Paving.
Oh, this, are you talking about this shirt right here? It's the Lion of Christ shirt, I think.
Way for massive election fraud. He didn't do a damn thing. He didn't do a damn thing. And you were all there on election night You looked at Pennsylvania, who, by the way, they're moving big. You looked at Wisconsin. You see what's going on in Wisconsin. You see the nursing homes, where almost everybody in the nursing home voted. But now it's found out that just a very small percentage voted. And Wisconsin's doing a very big number. And you look at what's going on in different states.
What's going on.
Take a look at Nevada. Look at what's happened in Nevada. Look at what's happened in Arizona.
Yeah.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, there are states all over this country. If you look at what's happening, like if you looking like Nevada or Washington State, or fucking Idaho, all these states, Joe Biden is the president of all of them.
Massive election fraud. We've had fraudulent elections and we have open borders, and without those two things, you don't have a country. You don't have a country.
Yeah, without fraudulent elections and open borders, you don't have a country. That's right. You heard it right, friends.
Arizona. It's all over the place. It's massive election fraud. We've had fraudulent elections and we have open borders, and without those two things, you don't have a country. You don't have a country.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And Biden has dementia. Yeah. I mean, if I was one of the founding fathers and I was starting a country from scratch, the first two things I would put on the list of things that I need are open borders and fraudulent elections. That's how you know you have a country. Without those two things, you got a popcorn fart.
After True the Vote, this is an incredible group of people. Catherine, you have done an incredible job, and I want to thank you.
Incredible.
They released bombshell evidence a couple of months ago revealing a gigantic
clamshell evidence. I mean,
illegal
magic shell evidence. That I would prefer.
Harvesting scheme, which is totally illegal, involving more than 2,000 people, 2,000 traffickers. And Brian Kemp refused to do anything about it. Just refused.
Yeah, well, they were Republicans. They were gathering votes for you. And if he does anything about it, people are going to know that you paid millions of dollars to rig the election in Georgia. And then everybody's going to ask him a bunch of questions.
What?
He's not. Yeah, it's true. He's not comfortable answering because he initially was helping you steal the election and you just didn't provide enough money. They needed like another 2,000 ballot harvesters. Some asshole told you didn't need any more. They said, you get 2 million more votes than you got last time. You have plenty. And it turned out it was like, no, with COVID, more people are voting because everybody can vote from home now. And you're like, fuck it. I don't need to spend that kind of money. And then you lost. And he was like, I told you so. And you're like, well, we'll just say there's fraud. Well, we know there's fraud. We committed the fraud. Yeah, but they don't know that.
It's like he didn't want to, and he saw the numbers, and they're massive, and they have actually tape of these people. They have pictures of the people. I endorsed Brian Kemp, unfortunately, in 2018. I feel so badly. But look, you can't have them all. He was losing. I endorsed him, and he won big.
You can't win them all. You can't have them all. You'll be exhausted and very sore. I've tried.
And he wouldn't do a damn thing. He wouldn't do a damn thing about the election fraud. But he had...
By the way, he's cursing more than usual tonight. This is going to accumulate into, I believe, the clip we saw of him dropping an F-bomb, which, like, that lady really loves. There's no way she doesn't react big. This dude's going to love it. But this is a guy who is not happy to be in Georgia. He's way better at, like, wagging his fucking mushroom tip at a Mar-a-Lago marriage, just wasting everyone's time. But going up to Georgia, he's got to try. It's like, somebody's got to provide him with a small private jet, and he's he's like too big for the seats, and his plane doesn't work anymore. So they got to arrange for things. He's so grumpy, so they took a big caravan of vehicles.
No chance at the time, in his opinion, against Stacey Abrams. She was going to beat him, and then he asked me to get involved, and I had 2 rallies like this, 52,000 people at each at the airport. I said, Brian.
It's weird, and it's half as big right now. About 25,000 people showed up to this. The numbers are getting smaller at every rally. As time goes on, is that the trajectory you're hoping for?
Going to win. And he said, I don't think so, sir. I said, you're going to win, Brian. I don't think so, sir. I don't think I can beat her. I said, Brian.
Well, I don't know why you wouldn't endorse a guy like that.
Look at this crowd, but they're here for you. And you know what? It's true. They weren't here for him. They were here for me. And he ended up winning twice.
Yeah, it's weird. He's got a job and you don't. That's fucked up. How do you feel about that? Tell us. This must be rough for you as a grown man. He still got his job and you got fired? I'd be pissed.
Ended up winning. And then when we needed help, he wasn't there for.
Yeah. You lost your job. He still has his, and he wouldn't help you out. He couldn't even sleep on his couch.
His country, and it was for the country. He wasn't there. But the bad news is he did absolutely nothing on election integrity. When Republican senators asked him to call a special section on election integrity, now that's
a special section, just a little area. They're going to cordon it off with ropes.
Good thing, not a bad thing. He refused to do it. He wouldn't call a special session, and that's totally up to the governor. Senators were calling me saying, what's wrong? Tell you, Burt Jones called me. He said, what the hell is wrong with this guy? He won't call a special session. Nobody can figure out why. He just wouldn't do it, and it was just the way it was. It got really, really bad, and even the election integrity bill that was passed in Georgia was much tougher, much stronger. It was a much better bill. It was passed by the Senate. Brian Kemp wouldn't sign it until
that's a big hair flap.
Made much weaker. As an example, it's not even a contest with Texas as to whose bill is much stronger. You don't have a strong bill. You don't even have signature verification. I don't know if you know that. Wouldn't it be nice to have signature verification on an election bill? But you don't have it because of Brian Kemp. And
wait a minute. They're not even verifying the governor's signature on a bill? I think that's wrong. There's no way that's legal.
Say to yourself, what's that all about? So I endorsed a man he would not.
What's it all about? Bullshit.
Won, and he did win, so let's blame Trump, okay? Blame Trump. You can't get them all. We have endorsements at a level that nobody's ever done before.
You can't have them all. You can't get them all. Everything but the actual phrase. You can't win them all. You can't win them all. It's a pretty simple phrase. It's well known. A lot of people say it. You can't win them all. As a matter of fact, I would suggest you get used to saying it.
Last week in Texas, 33 out of 33. We had victories, 33 out of 33. It was an incredible, that was an incredible day. And generally speaking, our endorsements are incredible. There's never been anything, and I take it very seriously. And that's why I'm so angry that I endorsed this guy. I endorsed him because people that I know asked me to endorse him, and I didn't know the other people running, and now I.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what I hate about a lot of those people? They pass the buck. Those people that told me that I should back Kemp, I listened to them. And then when he turned out to be an asshole, these people are like, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. He told me that he'd be good. He told me. And I was like, you know what? The worst fucking thing is somebody who doesn't take responsibility for their own goddamn decisions. You told me he was good.
got to know some of the other people, and they're really great people. But we picked Kemp,
Yeah.
and now we have to get Kemp the hell out. Kemp is petrified of Abrams. He's not strong. And I don't know that he's incompetent or what's going on. Why aren't they looking at this massive election fraud? If Brian Kemp is renominated, he will go down in flames at the ballot.
Renominated. It's a tough word. Don't get me wrong.
We'll steal it from him and humiliate him, just like she brazenly stole the Georgia.
Hold on.
You don't even have signature verification. I don't know if you know that. Wouldn't it be nice to have signature verification on an election bill? But you don't have it because of Brian Kemp. And you say to yourself, what's that all about? So I endorsed a man he would not have won. And he did win, so let's blame Trump, okay? Blame Trump. You can't get them all. We have endorsements at a level that nobody's ever done before. Last week in Texas, 33 out of 33. We had victories, 33 out of 33. It was an incredible, incredible.
It's Texas.
That was an incredible day.
Republicans.
And generally speaking, our endorsements are incredible. There's never been anything, and I take it very seriously. And that's why I'm so angry that I endorsed this guy. I endorsed him because people that I know asked me to endorse him. And I didn't know the other people running. And now I actually got to know some of the other people, and they're really great people. But we picked Kemp, and now we have to get Kemp the hell out. Kemp is petrified of Abrams. He's not strong. And I don't know that he's incompetent or what's going on. Why aren't they looking at this massive election fraud? If Brian Kemp is renominated, he will go down in flames at the ballot box because Stacey will steal it from him and humiliate him, just like she brazenly stole the Georgia election from right under his nose in 2020, which hurt 2 senators and which hurt the presidential candidate. Who was that? That happened to be me. The fact is, Republicans were so angry at Kemp and Raffensperger that they refused to go out and vote for the 2 senators. And make no mistake, he was so bad, they were still booing him when I came on. Perdue, who is a wonderful man, an incredible family, and who really got screwed by Kemp. He's a one-man family. Is the only candidate in this race who can beat Stacey the Hoax Abrams this November.
Stacey the Hoax Abrams.
And you know, the reason for that is because Trump voters, MAGA, Trump voters will not go out and vote for Kemp. They're not going to vote. And let's say it's going to be a close election. I happen to think that Georgia's a very red state. I think it's red as hell.
I think it's red as hell. As analogies go,
they cheated. They cheated at a level that people haven't seen before, and but I think it's
that kind of red as hell.
Very red state, but it'll seriously impact the chances. And you know what? If Kemp runs, I think Herschel Walker is going to be very seriously and negatively impacted because Republicans that happen to like Donald Trump, MAGA Republicans, are not going to go and vote for this guy, Kemp.
So they're going to blow off Herschel Walker just to fuck Kemp? Okay. I'm sorry. Are we giving money to Kemp now? Is that how this has to work? Jesus.
They don't vote for Kemp, they're not going to be able to vote for a great man right there, Herschel Walker. And
why not? It'll just mean you get a senator and not the governor. What the fuck are you talking about? This is so fucking weird. I mean, I don't mind. It's your party. Fuck up all you want to. I want everybody to vote. I always want everyone to vote. I want people to vote their conscience. I want every citizen over the age of 18 to be able to vote every single time. I want them actively presenting their vote every election. That's just me. But if you want to fuck up your own party, that's not my responsibility.
I want that to happen.
I want to have it.
So a vote for Brian Kemp, Rhino, in the primary is a vote for a Democrat senator who shouldn't be in the Senate He's got a terrible past. Why doesn't anybody ever bring up his past? If they don't bring it up, I'm coming back in a couple of weeks and I'm going to bring it up. Herschel, will you please bring it up? His past is terrible. It's a vote for Stacey Abrams, and it's a vote for radical Democrats up and down the ballot. A vote for David Perdue is a vote to save Georgia, and really it's a vote for this country because we have to have honest elections.
Well, how are you gonna? I mean, he can't do anything until he's governor. This is absurd. Only one man can deal with this kind of absurdity. I'm here. I'm here, man. Look, I live close enough. Hi, welcome everybody. I'm Ficus. Good to have you here with us on HAL SPARKS Mega Worldwide. He's going to take a break. But I just want to say hello. And I was when Hal was singing bluegrass earlier, it brought a tear to my eye. It's true. It was just wonderful to hear. I could almost hear doodling banjos in the background and Ned Beatty squealing like a pig. It was wonderful. But anyways, I live nearby, across the Bama border, and I just want you to know that Mr. President, I will be crossing state lines to vote for you in Georgia, even though I live in Alabama, because this is a vote for America.
The choice is clear. If you don't want a socialist, extremist, and racist lunatic like Stacey.
A racist lunatic? Dear God. We have one of those on the ballot? I might have to... Has David Duke bought a house in Buckhead?
Abrams, raising your taxes, indoctrinating your children, defunding your police, setting loose criminals. They're all over the place. They're setting them loose, and they're pouring into our country.
What? Excuse me. Tell me more about these loose criminals. They wouldn't happen to be of the female persuasion. I mean, you can only be so loose, if you know what I'm saying. But, come on. Let's do it. Are they criminals and loose women? Or are they loose women who also... I just need to know if I need to stop by an ATM.
We had the strongest border in history, and now we have the weakest border.
Well, you do recognize that Georgia is an interior state.
History in just 1.5 years. The good news is now I talk about 2.5 years instead of 4 years. It's amazing. Time is flying by. But look at the havoc and look at the destruction that they've done to our country in such a short period of time.
Amazing.
But David Perdue, vote for him, please.
We used to have nice things like 6% unemployment. That was great. Then I had a fucking excuse when there was a job. I'm like, well, I just can't get a job. They just ain't out there. And everybody's like, now it's like 3.8. Everybody's like, fuck, there's jobs everywhere, man. There ain't enough people. And I'm like, oh, shit.
Republican primary on May 24th. Remember also, early voting begins on May 2nd. So however you vote, but make sure your vote is counted. Check it. You can check it. Make sure your vote isn't for David.
Yeah, make sure you vote early and often, as Trump likes to say.
And it turns to be for the other guy. The other guy is a disaster. As everyone knows, the evidence of cheating and fraud in the election was monumental.
Terrible.
Kemp and Raffensperger sat by and did nothing.
Terrible.
They did nothing, and nobody can understand why. Why
they didn't do shit, and they still got their jobs. And you worked so hard, and you're now unemployed, selling picture books on the fucking road, opening for Herschel Walker. What kind of world is this? It's terrible. It's like that time there was like a new clap at Sturgis and nobody wanted to go. And the line for the bathrooms was so fucking long. And the one drugstore in town was sold out of salve. I think I take.
You do it. Here's just some of what those atrocious rhinos let corrupt Democrats get away with. Up to 30.
Yeah, go after him, man. Come on, motherfucker. Tell them what these Republicans let them get away with. Tell them. We got to warn people. I mean, the Democrats are bad, but the Republicans are far worse. Carry the two.
5,000 votes were illegally cast in Georgia from individuals who voted in a different county from
what? Did you say individuals? Pardon me for a goddamn second, but I'm pretty sure you said individuals.
But look at the havoc and look at the destruction that they've done to our country in such a short period of time. But David Perdue, vote for him, please. Republican primary on May 24th.
Yep.
Remember also, early voting begins on May 2nd. So however you vote,
I know it.
But make sure your vote is counted. Check it. You can check it.
Crayon.
Make sure your vote isn't for David Perdue, and it turns to be for the other guy. The other guy is a disaster. As everyone knows,
he's a disaster.
The evidence of cheating and fraud in the election was monumental.
Awful.
Kemp and Raffensperger sat by and did nothing. They did nothing. And nobody can understand why. Why wouldn't you do it?
Nobody.
Here's just some of what those atrocious rhinos let corrupt Democrats get away with. Up to 35,000 votes were illegally cast in Georgia from individuals who voted in a different...
I knew it. 5,000 individuals in the state of Georgia. I should have seen it coming. The individuals, they sneak over here under the dead of night, running jewelry stores and kosher delis, and then they steal the vote of hardworking real Americans. Individuals, one at a time. That's not like the regular Jews that travel in packs. These are individuals. They look just like regular Jews, except they are individually wrapped in cellophane and for freshness. These are the Jews you cannot sell separately because they do not have carton information on them.
County from where they live. You're not allowed to do that. We only needed 11,779 votes to win. So you're talking about numbers much larger than that. Nearly.
Yeah, but a lot of those individuals, if you throw, those were your voters. A lot of these fraud votes, I'm sorry to tell you, a lot of the bullshit votes, when they did show up, are for you. Every time they look, man. I'm just saying, I think Kemp was trying to do you a fucking favor, buddy. That's what I think.
44,000 ballots from Zuckerberg-funded drop boxes were counted in DeKalb County alone, despite violating the chain of custody rules. Illegal, totally illegal. As the special counsel...
Yeah, but they followed up and they called those people, and those people said, yeah, that's my vote. So, I mean, they looked again like 3 fucking times.
Investigating Zuckerberg's election funding in Wisconsin recently revealed the director that initiative operated out of Barack Obama's former campaign office in Chicago, yet Kemp and Raffensperger...
Not Chicago. That's like Chicago, but run by Chicanos. That's not good. That is not... That's creepy, man.
...allowed these left-wing activists to run your election. You had left-wingers running your election. And we allowed that because we had a lousy governor and you had a lousy Secretary of State.
Yeah, fucking Republicans. You let them run it and like everything goes to shit. Like, why would we let Republicans run anything? You can't trust those... Hang on.
Fulton County poll workers were caught scanning ballots multiple times on camera, and ballot images revealed at least 3,390 extra votes for a guy named Joe Biden. How the hell did that happen?
Well, after they looked, they realized that there were votes. He gained those votes after they checked, like they were thrown out.
An investigation by a nonpartisan election integrity group found that the hand recount in Fulton County produced criminally false.
Oh, I did a hand recount in Fulton once. I was like 1, 2, 3, 4, but didn't know it's go.
Tally sheets, including some. Listen to this one.
What?
100 votes for Biden, none for Trump. 200 votes for Biden, none. They wouldn't even give me a vote, not one. None for Trump. Now think of that. Think of it. And this is many times, many times. It's a disgrace.
Right.
And yet we come out and we have rallies like this. We have tens of thousands of people. And he came.
Yeah. But I mean, a lot of these people aren't from Georgia, man. You can kind of tell. Like, they follow you all around the fucking place, man. You got to hold like 4 rows of people go to all these fucking things like these rendezvous.
How did he couldn't fill up the 8 circles, right? Couldn't fill up the 8 circles. And then, oh, you lost the state of Georgia just by a whisper, just by a few votes, very tight. You know, we won Alabama in the biggest election in history.
That's
in
true.
Terms of vote.
Yes, that is true. You got the cancer cluster vote. You got the shit schools vote. You got the Mountain Dew and baby bottles vote. You got the, hey, I voted for Biden, but somehow my vote didn't show up in the right column vote. You got the, I mailed in my vote, but it was tore up and replaced with one for Trump vote. I mean, you got every demographic.
We got the biggest vote in history. Likewise, South Carolina, the biggest vote they've ever had, the biggest vote in history.
Yeah, but that was true everywhere, man. Everybody got to vote. That was the whole fucking point. That's your problem right there. Everybody voted. That's why the vote turnout, you can't say, oh shit, the numbers were gigantic, and not recognize that they were gigantic because everybody fucking voted.
Then we lost Georgia. And the people in Alabama said, that doesn't happen. The people of South Carolina said, that doesn't happen. And it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it does.
Unless it's rigged. 4,000 ballots were listed as being.
That dude knows. He's like,
possibly scanned at the exact time. They were scanned at the exact same time. And
well, they run through the machine, and then it uploads at the same time. So all those are counted as one upload. They ain't like, obviously they were scanned individually, and because there was a paper recount, motherfucker. It's just dumb.
Work that way. You can't do that. The machines don't work that way. All 300.
Trump streams rigged more than a troll in QXC's chat.
74,000 in-person ballot images in Fulton County are, unfortunately, they're missing. They're unable to be found. Gee. A contractor hired by...
Yeah, I don't know why they don't keep shit on the actual voting machines for at least 2 years. I mean, I know they got to store them somewhere else, but they should just, even if they are using those voting machines for other elections, like the Senate election they had afterwards, I don't know why they would blank those from those machines since that that's why I see.
Raffensperger in Fulton County reported at least 2,800 ballots that came in mail carts instead of in black ballot bins. Isn't that shocking? Little mail carts. And 1,200...
Little mail carts. Did you look underneath to see if they have a little diggly-diggly-doo? How'd you know they were male? That's what I want to know. Like, I've seen a lot of mail carts. They all look like females to me. And I put my penis in one. Mostly to stop it from rolling downhill. My hands were full. And I had an erection. I was like, this'll snag it.
Ballots that were wheeled in through a back door after several days after the election. And finally, over 100,000...
Wait, after several days after the election? How many days after the election? And after those days? And they were wheeled in through a back door? No complaints here.
Obsolete and outdated voter registrations were purged from the rolls after the election, not before.
Well, yeah, because if you don't vote in 2 elections in a row, they kick you the fuck off. Those people that missed 1 election, after they missed the second one, they did not vote in this election. They got their fucking rolls kicked off.
Why don't they do it before? Wouldn't it be better a little before?
Because they still have a chance to vote. They got 2 elections. They already voted in 1. So they got to wait till this one's over, and then you can kick them off. Technically, they're getting kicked off way before the next election. How do you like that?
Including 18,486 people who happen to be dead. In short, Brian...
Well, yeah, but either they cast their vote and then they died, or they died between the election and then, and they just didn't register that they were there. They sure as fuck didn't vote. Who gives a fuck if dead voters were purged after the fucking election? If they were knocked off the voter rolls? They're dead. What the fuck do you think happened?
Kemp and Brad Raffensperger and Attorney General Chris Carr, who's a disaster, are guilty of gross dereliction of duty at a minimum, and now...
Yeah, dereliction of duty. Dereliction. It's the worst. Dereliction is I mean, it sounds it sounds like it would be fun. But dereliction is, how do you dare fuck with the election like that?
You must vote them the hell out of office, okay?
All right.
And remember...
I mean, I am from Alabama, but, you know, you've told me before, vote early and often.
They did nothing except hinder and impede the process of finding out what the hell happened. Once and for all, it's time to teach the rhinos a lesson, and it has to be a lesson that they will never...
A lesson? You got to teach them a lesson. Less than zero.
Brian Kemp and Brad Raffensperger and Attorney General Chris Carr, who's a disaster, are guilty of gross dereliction of duty at a minimum, and now you must vote them the hell out of...
They charge them with broken erection of duty. Duty on their erection. That's
okay.
Okay.
And remember, they did nothing except hinder and impede the process of finding out what the hell happened. Once and for all, it's time to teach the rhinos a lesson, and it has to be a lesson that they...
Yes, a lesson. A lesson. You got to teach them. Teach the lessons well and make them understand that you don't speak very well. Oh, teach the lesson well, lest we all burn in grammar hell.
Never forget the days of phony politicians betraying Republican voters and, frankly, voters of our country. It's over. If Brian Kemp...
That's right. I'll never forget it. It was just late 2020, actually.
But Brad Raffensperger had not surrendered on the election, which they did immediately. Immediately, right from the beginning. Remember, they didn't want to do that special session for the senators, Republican senators.
Why not?
And thus lost...
Yeah, they could have... They just had to do a special session where they could get the drums later.
Senate seats. We would right now be living in a very different world. We would be in a very different country. The truth is...
Yeah, you'd probably be in Russia right now, you know, getting a hand job or something.
I ran twice, I won twice, and I did much better the second time.
Yeah, you know, I can tell you believe that wholeheartedly. That's the great thing about this, man, is you can tell, like, some people would say something like that, and they'd have a look on their face like, I'm saying it, but I know it's bullshit, and I'm pissed. Not you. You got to look at the confidence. Look at his face. He's confident. He's secure. He knows what side his bread, the butter is on, man. This That's good. Look at him. Look at his face right now. That is a man who's not grinding his teeth in anger. Hold on. Him-hoo! Him-hoo! Sorry, I'm allergic to bullshit, and there's some around here somewhere. I don't know who did that.
And now, we just may have to do it again.
I like that, man. I'm going to start doing that myself. Mm-hmm. Well, how do you do that? Do you dislocate your jaw? That looks like it hurts. Mm-hmm. I do a lot of natural drugs. I don't do them chemically ones. Is that what it takes? Do you have to snort some of that booger sugar? Is that what gives you that coke grind? George W. Bush used to do that kind of stuff. Mm. Look at that. Mm. That's the face of a man who's like, yep, tired of winning. Look at that crowd, man. Look, it goes all the way to there, and there's definitely some room in here. And this is obviously an empty area. So American. Beautiful. It warms the heart. That's beautiful. Fire it up! Fire it up!
Democrats are bad on the economy. They're horrible on inflation. They're terrible on the military, bad on taxes.
Terrible. Bad.
Bad on Ukraine. Should have never happened. Bad. And boy, are they bad on getting out. We were all set to get out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength. Remember that disaster?
Yeah.
Without that.
Yeah, we were going to get out by staying in. It was a great plan, and now we're out. What the fuck?
Might not have seen Ukraine because I think Putin was watching and he said, man, these people are incompetent. The only thing they're good at, frankly, is cheating on elections. They're experts at that.
Yeah, they're very good at that. And they got the media, too. You got to admit. They got control of the entire... it's an industry in and of itself, got an economy bigger than most of the countries in the world, and they got control of that. They got control of all the corporations magically, too. That's kind of... I don't even know how they did that one, because all they do is shit on corporations, and yet they got control of them. And then they run NATO and the fucking UN now, and they bossing everybody around. It's like the Democrats win, and then they just fucking run roughshod over everybody.
You could take the 5 worst presidents in American history and put them.
I don't think I could, quite frankly. I could take. Well, the only issue is a couple of them are big suckers. You know what I mean? Like Garfield was he was a round bastard. And if, I could get him with a gut punch, but if I keep my hands up, I'll be okay. I could lay in there a little bit. We'll wear him down, go back and forth like that. And then, I keep bobbing and weaving. And then Taft comes around, tries to clock me fucking in the ear like that again. I just whip out my stick and poke him like that. He'd deflate like fucking Roosevelt. And then Jackson would sneak up behind me and kick me in the fucking gyms. I can't be the only person that has that nightmare where they're attacked by the 5 worst presidents. Yeah, right after 4 of them kick the living shit out of you, here comes George W. Bush in a plane his daddy bought him with a bunch of fucking cartel dudes bringing coke to the CIA. It's a nightmare, man. I keep having it.
And they would not have done the damage Joe Biden has done in just 15 months.
It's 5 of them, so maybe if they each took 3 months.
Just over a year, he has managed to literally kill the American dream.
Oh, really? That's sad. Where was it living at the time? Was it a drone strike or did he strangle it? How did he kill the American dream? How did he do it? He literally killed a dream. This fucking Biden dude has magic powers. He's a fucking warlock. Because you ever, look, I've been in a fist fight and it feels like I'm punching through fucking marshmallow, man. And this dude can kill dreams. Biden scares the living fuck out of me, man. He's a dream warrior. Don't want to run no more except for president. Dream warrior. And maybe tonight he'll be gone.
But do not lose hope, because with the right leadership, America will be back greater, stronger, and more powerful than ever before.
Yeah, but the dream's dead. Do we have a replacement dream? Do we have a spare in the trunk? Can we patch our dream? Do we have a little dream that we can ride till we get to a filling station and then see if we can find a full-size replacement dream? Yeah, he looks happy.
Joe Biden's been one train wreck after another. Just take a look at what he's doing out at NATO. These people don't.
Yeah, I think they ain't been no train wrecks. I think we just funded trains. He likes trains. He rode the train all the time. I've always wanted to give the sleeping car a go, if you know what I mean.
Believe our representative. He disgraced our nation with his humiliating surrender in Afghanistan. And inflation is now, as you know, just reported, highest in over 40 years. Gas prices are the highest in history. Think of that.
Yeah, but they always the highest in history, man. You can't hold this against 1930s numbers. What the fuck?
And we had them below $2 a gallon. Think of that. And now it.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember when that was happening. I was like, fuck, man, I wish I had someplace to go.
It's going up to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How high can you?
$10, shit, man. I'd pay $12 a gallon if I could go to see fucking Creedence live.
Our borders are completely demolished. Bloodthirsty.
Well, that's good, because gas is so expensive. I don't want to have to drive around.
Criminals are laying waste to our Democrat-run cities. There were more COVID deaths in 2021 than there were in 2020 with all the work we did, too. Who would have believed?
Well,
and just when you...
Well, it was a full year of COVID, including with Delta, while we're getting people inoculated. COVID started up basically in March in the state. I mean, it was even still in lower case numbers. It grew over time, man. That's how it happened.
Thought it couldn't get worse. Joe Biden totally failed to deter Russia's disgraceful invasion of Ukraine. All those...
Yeah, man. Should have nuked them fuckers. That'd have done it. Show them what time it is. Show them you mean business. There's a little Nagasaki for you. Come on.
Dead. Putin's heinous attack on a proud and sovereign nation shocks.
Wait a minute. He had an anus attack on his people? That's just wrong, man. I mean, it's okay if you ask first and trim your nails.
The conscience of every person of goodwill shocks the conscience of the people of Georgia, I can tell you, where we...
So people with a conscience, the idea is shocking to the conscience of the people of the state of Georgia or that Russia place? I'm losing.
A fortune on your vets, and we spent a fortune on rebuilding your military right here. What a job we did. The invasion of Ukraine should...
Yeah, I just had a good idea. Sorry. Yeah, that's what it was. When he said that vet stuff, it didn't really... Nobody fucking said anything. All right.
Never have happened. And as everyone is saying, if I was in the White House and they've had actually, I remember Sleepy Eyes Chuck Todd. Did you ever hear of him? He's a sleepy son of a bitch, and he's on.
Hey, man. He said son of a bitch in a group of people, and there's like kids present. And people are starting to leave, so I get it. You want to whip out the cuss words. People are like, oh, shit. There ain't no way he doesn't say cocksucker before the night's over. He's going straight up Lenny Bruce. If his hair blows completely off, there's no way he doesn't yell motherfucker at the sky.
He's on a show called Meet the Fake Press.
That is so good, man. I'd have never thought of something like that. You just take the name of it, Meet the Press, and you put the word fake, and that is so... How does he do it? How does he do it? Is it was it a head wound? I don't know. How do you get magical powers like that?
You have that, you have Deface the Nation, you have all of these shows. But he said, how come, he was talking to Blinken, and he said, so how come this never happened on Trump's watch? Why didn't it happen? He said they knew better. They did know better. They know better. By the way, do you mind if I put on a hat? It's windy as hell up here.
Yeah, because, hat won't blow away. Yeah, open it up. Slap it on the thing. Smack it down.
Man.
That's great.
Man. Thank you. Hey.
That's amazing, man. I mean, it takes guts to wear your own merch.
They said to me, sir, it's windy as hell. You better put on a hat. You get blown to pieces. I said, I can handle it.
Wait a minute. They told a big motherfucker like you'd get blown to pieces? Look, I have been told that on occasion. And it was true once. Best $8 I ever spent. But there is...
And then the wind just doubled. I said, I've had it. I'm putting on it. But it would have never happened in Ukraine. It would have never happened, 100% certain. And remember, I was the one, when you look at what happened to those tanks, man, were they devastated. But I was the one that sent the javelin.
Yeah, those were the saddest fucking tanks I've ever seen. Hold on. Hi, I'm just going to come back for a second and tell you, you're watching HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide. It's an extra long show tonight because my girl's working and I'm up alone, so I'm spending it with you. Hi, how you doing? What's going on? I might have to run and get my food that I think came earlier, but we'll see.
Not Obama. Obama sent blankets. You remember? They said he only sends blankets and pillows.
Yeah, there was a different president. He knows this, right? Yanukovych was a Russian sock puppet. Of course, we're not going to fucking send dangerous weapons to this fucker because he would use them on Ukrainians on behalf of Russia.
In fact, I stand as the only president of the 21st century on whose watch Russia and Putin did not invade any other country. He never invaded.
He didn't have to. They were already in Ukraine shelling shit. And you gave them 3 of our bases in Russia. You shelled a base they were using in Syria.
And also during my 4 years, China never invaded Taiwan. Remember they said, China's going to invade Taiwan. That never happened. I said, President Xi, you're not going to do that. But that'll be next because he sees what happened and he sees the weak leadership that we have. And that.
Yeah, he's just going to, I'm sure they're looking at Ukraine going, this is, the only thing that would have made this shit easier is if America had troops already there. Oh, shit.
Very well might be, although
He pulled NATO troops out of Europe on purpose to lessen the response because this was coming.
You know, if you really think about it, he may be looking at this disaster going on with Russia. He may say, maybe we have other ways to spend our time. So you never know. But I would say...
you never know. Yeah. And I mean...
It's a very good possibility that he will invade Taiwan because he doesn't respect the United States of America any longer. And he had a lot of respect for us a year and a half ago. Under our administration...
He did? Oh, right. Because during COVID, you sold him the largest order of beef, corn, pork, and soybeans in American history while Americans were in food lines. Why wouldn't he respect us?
He had a slogan. It was called Peace Through Strength. And that's what it was. It was Peace Through Strength. And we were...
Then why did you have to go over and glad hand with fucking Kim Jong-un? You got peace through kiss ass for a while. And even then, he's still making this shit.
Respected as a country like never before. And I say like never before. Our country was safe and the world was calm because America was strong and America was perceived.
And the entire earth was shut down globally. Everything was, for fuck's sake.
To be strong. I rebuilt our entire military. $2.5 trillion I spent, and I redid our nuclear power. And I hate to even mention it, and I hate having to do it. But we have the greatest nuclear power right now in the world, far greater than any other country. That's because we had weapons that were 47 years old. They were so old, nobody even knew if they worked. And now we have a very powerful nuclear power again. And
yeah, that's the problem with nuclear is the shelf life. You know what I mean? Like, nuclear materials don't last. Stuff doesn't stay radioactive forever. It's like an old C battery in a radio. You know, if you don't take it out, it foams over. And
it's because we rebuilt our entire military and all because you had a president who always put America first.
That's right. He took care of our
stockpiles.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you remember this.
Okay.
The fake news media said my personality would get us into war. But actually, as it turned out, it was my personality that kept us the hell out of
that got us into a pandemic.
And has been accurately reported, I was the only president in 4 decades who did not get America into any new conflicts. Instead, I brought our troops back home from Syria, Iraq, Somalia.
No, you didn't. And by the way, Jimmy Dore is going to be very upset when he hears you say this because he thinks you were a great president and he thinks we're still there in all those places.
And many other places, and would have done it very quickly from Afghanistan. We were all set.
Sure.
And, you know, we didn't lose one soldier in Afghanistan for 18 months. I spoke to Abdul, the leader of the Taliban. I said, Abdul, don't do it, Abdul. And the fake news said, oh, you're speaking to the Taliban. Who the hell else am I supposed to speak to?
The government of Afghanistan.
And I said, don't do it, Abdul. Don't do it, Abdul, please.
He's like, well, I won't until you get me out of a Pakistani jail, release 5,000 of my fighters, and pass the deadline.
And you do it, Abdul, you're going to get hit harder than any country's ever been hit. And for 18 months, think of this, for 18 months, we didn't have one American soldier even shot at. And then
Weird, because you agreed that we would leave. So you negotiated a surrender and just said, don't shoot us, we're leaving. Right? And then you never prepared for the date, so our soldiers were going to get killed. And look at that, they did. Because you did none of the homework.
That disastrous surrender in Afghanistan.
Oh, God.
And when I was talking to Abdul, he said, "But why, Your Excellency?" He called me Your Excellency. Can you believe it? I wonder if he calls Biden Your Excellency. Well, no. Biden won't talk to him.
You're right. Yes, Biden is not talking to the head of the fucking Taliban or even the third guy in charge, because that's who he is.
Biden doesn't have enough time in the day to talk to him. He's the head of the Taliban. Biden.
Yeah. Yeah. You could talk to the head of the Taliban, but Biden has bigger fish to fry than talking to the fucking Taliban. It's the president of the United States. Good God.
$85 billion worth of equipment. They should like Biden a lot. But I remember when Abdul said, "But why, Your Excellency, do you send me a picture of my house?" I said, "Abdul, you'll have to figure that one out for yourself. If Joe Biden were serious about helping Ukraine."
The house, by the way, that he's allegedly talking about is not where Abdul Bardar, who's what he's talking about, was living at the time. He'd just gotten him out of that Pakistani jail. It's where his wives and children lived. The idea is that he would operate with the Taliban, stay in camps, and then work their way up through the rest of the country. But his home is where his wife or wives and children lived. His children. That's why he thinks that's cool.
Defending America, the first thing he would do is walk into the White House, its briefing room, its beautiful briefing room, and announce that he is immediately and completely returning to the pro-American energy policies of a person named Donald J. Trump, your president. That's one of the very easy ways of fighting it. You have to drive down energy prices because energy is so expensive today. Gallons, you take a look at forget about it, the pump. You take a look at a barrel now, it'll be $2. It could be, people are saying it's going to go up to, think of this. People are saying per barrel, this is going over $100. It's going over $150. It's going up to $200 and $250. So we're making these countries rich.
No one is saying that. First of all, oil is going down. And what the fuck do you mean? First of all, it went from $2 a barrel. Forget the pumps. Yeah.
Gas prices would plummet overnight if they did what I was doing. We were energy independent for the first time in the history of our country.
We still are.
When I left office, our fuel prices were about as low as they've ever been, other than the very old days. And today they're setting records, and you're going to have records that are going to be far.
Yeah, because people are going places. It's because they want actually traveling, because people are getting out. You can go to stores without your mask on. It's weird.
And I predicted this all during the campaign. Remember during the debates where all of these debate moderators were protecting Biden? You're not allowed to ask him why he got 3. This is Chris Wallace, a real loser. You're not allowed to ask him why he got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. You're not allowed. Why? Why? Now it turns out to be a very good question, right? Why did he get?
No. He didn't. Rosemont Seneca got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife, whose husband was so fucking corrupt, she turned him in. She was almost scooped up in this bullshit, but she wasn't corrupt. She had money left over from him. She gave it to Rosemont Seneca to invest on her behalf. She's now the richest woman in Moscow. This has nothing to do with any of that shit. Hunter Biden was a partner in Rosemont Seneca. He didn't get a fucking check from $3.5 million from her. They got whatever their profits. They got 10% of whatever profits she made off of that money. Nobody wrote a fucking $3.5 million check to Joe Biden. And who gives a shit? You think Joe Biden would go like, oh, $3.5 million at this point when he's been vice president? You think he needs any of that shit?
$3.5 million, him and Biden, him and his son Hunter. Remember we used to say, where's Hunter? Hunter's right now living very nicely, selling paintings for $500,000 a piece. I had a guy, they're doing a White House painting, right? A White House, beautiful White House painting, and I have to interview artists, and these are really talented people. And
like, can you make me look good? And they all start laughing.
One artist, he's phenomenal. His talent is incredible.
Yeah.
He actually made a painting so good. I wish I was so handsome as this painting. But he made a painting so beautiful for the White House. I said, how much will that cost? He said, oh, I'd say about $25,000, sir. I said, you mean Hunter Biden, who never did a painting before, gets $500,000 and you're getting $25,000? What the hell is going on with that, David Perdue? What's going on with that?
Yeah, realistic versus abstract painting. It's just the scale is not there. It makes no sense to me.
David Perdue, tell me. But there's a new slogan you're hearing all across the country, and it's on hats. It's on the best-selling hat. It said, Trump.
It says,
Magoo. That's right. We were right about everything.
Yeah, it turns out you can just you can take care of COVID just by shoving a light bulb up your ass and drinking bleach. All right.
And in addition to restoring the Trump energy policies, the United States must also immediately restore the Trump border policies. We have a border that's the worst. We have people coming into our country. They're let out of prisons from many countries, not just the 4 that I've always named, but from many, many countries. Last week, we have a man named Tom Homan, someplace around here. Where the hell is Tom Homan? Where's the great Tom Homan? This is one of the greatest men. And is he central casting or what, Matt? He's central casting? The Tom Homan was the strongest person on the border. I mean, he's incredible. And I recommend they use him, but they don't want to do that because they actually want open borders. But last week, they had 129 people, 129 countries represented with people that came into ours. Many of them are
was there a beauty pageant or something?
Criminals, traffickers of women. Mostly it's women. They're drug dealers. It's and they're murderers, by the way. 120.
And some of them, I'm sure, are nice people. I mean, it's the fucking everything. Is everything a reboot?
And countries from all over, not just South America, from all over the Middle East. They come into our country, and we allow them to come in. We're going to be paying a price for a long time, even in Afghanistan with those planes. I watched Biden say, oh, this was a great thing. What was great? He had people falling off the sides of the plane. Our people were panicking. Nobody knew what the hell was happening. He had many people riding that plane up to 2,500 feet and then dropping off the plane. What a sight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not flying Southwest anymore. I want an assigned seat.
It was. What a horrible sight that was. And they were loaded up with people. We have no idea who those people were. We know 3%.
Well, I mean, the bad ones didn't get in. That's why they fell off the plane. Good Lord.
The people deserve to be in our country. Many of those people that came in are terrorists, okay? And we're going to be paying a price for this for a long time, for all of this incompetence and for open borders. The stupidest thing, not even believable. And we had the wall almost complete. 3 weeks it was.
Yeah, it's not even believable. It's not
incomplete. And they stopped it. And then when Texas wanted to go out and complete it, and all the material was purchased, sitting there waiting to be erected. Took me 2.5 years to start because we had to win 11 different lawsuits, many brought by...
Right, by individuals who didn't want their land split up between the United States and Mexico. He's the first president to give territory to Mexico since the fucking Alamo.
Congress, Democrats in Congress, by crazy Nancy Pelosi and these people. These are crazy people. I think they're people that hate our country. They have to hate our country. And when Texas wanted to use the big gates that guys like Tom Homan and others really...
The big gates?
Insisted on having. They wanted steel, they wanted vision through, they wanted heavy concrete, 5,000-pound concrete inside, and then they wanted rebar. And they wanted them, Tom, to be wired for all sorts of different wonderful things like for drone use and for computer use, and they're fully wired, very complicated stuff. So in Texas, it's all purchased. When Texas wanted to use it to close up little sections, because most of it's been built, and it was one of the reasons that we got it down to the best we've ever had. But they said, no, you can't use it. It's not your property. So Texas wants to put it up, and they're not allowed to use it. Think of that. Think of that. And what I did is I called Mexico, and I said, Mexico, you know what? They're coming.
And by the way, because it's federal land. Also, there's private land he's talking about. The materials themselves are federally owned. There's a process for this, so states can't just seize goods from the federal government for whatever purpose they want when it's a fucking project. Can you imagine what railway projects would be like in that case? Jesus Christ.
And I get along very well with the president. He's a socialist, but can't have everything. And we got along now. He's great, and we got along great. And I said, Mr. President, you have to do me a favor. We need your soldiers to protect our country. You believe this? I'm saying Mexico, protect our country. They're coming through in caravans, thousands and thousands of people. We need you to protect. He said, but we won't do that. I said, yes, you will. You have to do it. He said, but we won't. They said, then we're going to have to tax your cars coming in and tariff your cars coming in and all the things that you sell in this country up to 25%, which is many, many billions of dollars for the United States. And he said, we would love to have our soldiers. When can they be on the border? We would be proud to have them. And they had 28,000 soldiers on our border the following Monday morning.
Yeah, why didn't they have them on the southern border then?
You know what? They were great. And he was a great guy, but those soldiers did a great job, and almost nobody, David Perdue, came through our borders. Is that a correct story, Tom? Is that true? He's saying yes.
Or they all got through and didn't get caught.
If he said no, I would take away all the great things I said about him. No, but that's a true story. We had 28,000 Mexican soldiers, and they don't have to be politically correct. You know, if our soldiers speak up, if they say something, you see what's going on. That's why I put the General Patton up. You saw that, right? Where the hell are our General Pattons? Millie.
Well, he's dead.
About Millie? Sir, it's cheaper to leave the equipment, sir, than it is to take it out. $85 billion.
Oh, God.
I said, you mean it's cheaper? We could send a pilot in, take a plane out. We'll send 200 pilots. We'll bring on.
Yes, the pilots are worth more than the shit. If we lose one, all that gear is worthless. We don't need it. We've got plenty. Nobody cares. We can dust it off from the fucking air. But our pilots, we spend millions of dollars training them. What are we going to do? Drop a bunch of fuckers in there and get them to drive stuff out? We're going to lose paratroopers trying to save fucking pickup trucks?
Out. We'll bring them to Pakistan and we'll fly them into the United States. You think it's better to leave them there? $100 million planes and helicopters? Sir, it's cheaper. I tell you, it's cheaper, sir.
It is. $6 billion to get out $3 billion worth of fucked up gear.
I realized he was a freaking idiot, and that's what happens. He said it's cheap. I'll never forget it. I said, this guy says it's cheaper to leave all this equipment.
Because it's true. All right, hang on for a second. I have to get a beverage because this is a long show tonight. So if some of you need to come and go, I completely understand. I'll be right back after this. I've got a BRB screen, right? Yeah, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hold on, give me 1 second. My headphones back in. Hey, all right. Look at that chat room going by on my nice BRB screen. You're watching HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide now with dinner, because I'm eating so late that I had some little chicken and rice and some spicy sauce. Chip, you can't have this, man. It'll mess you up, buddy. You can't do it. It's not good. Hi, buddy. You guys want to see Chip? Hold on, I gotta turn off the side music. Hi, buddy. Let me see. Here, hold on. Come here. Come here, you. Come here. Hi. Look who it is. Hi, buddy. Yeah, I'm eating. It's spicy. It'll mess you up. I love you too. Yeah, I know I'm delicious. Hello. I know. You'll get your hair in my food, and you were just sleeping. It's true. Can you? Thank you. Can thank you. Get down. Now I'm gonna have hair in my food. It's gonna be crazy. It's bad enough. I got all. It's like, yeah. We had a little bit of love for Chip, for you guys. Hi, buddy. Yeah, you can just lay down there. That's cool. Yeah, hang out. He's just laying on the floor right over there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could have left the regular screen on, but I thought, you know, I went through all the trouble of making that BRB screen. I might as well. Let's see if I can keep my appetite with this bullshit.
I know what happened to Biden. He went with a group of people and convinced them it was cheaper to leave $85 billion worth of equipment. Think of this. 700,000 machine guns, rifles, guns of all types. Goggles.
Over 20 years. He's talking out of his ass. This is a flat-out lie.
Of which we don't have because they have the new model. You know, they didn't fight. The Afghans and the Taliban, they're very good fighters, but they never fought at night. Now they can fight at night because we gave them thousands and thousands of night goggles. And
yeah. Because you can't buy those on Alibaba.
Airplanes and helicopters and tanks. And listen to this, 70,000 trucks. Who the hell has 70,000 trucks? Nobody. Right, Bruce? 70,000 trucks.
It's the number of trucks of all types in the entirety of 20 fucking years. You know who has that many trucks? The U.S. military supplying another country with vehicles for 20 fucking years. That's who.
Are left in Afghanistan. And most of those trucks have steel armor plate on them. The money and the stupidity of our country. And when they watch this in China, and when Kim Jong-un watches this in North Korea, remember we were going to be in a war, according to Obama, with North Korea. We didn't have any war. In fact, I got along after the first 2 months of fighting him verbally. It was mostly a verbal fight. He said, I don't like that guy. And he said, I have a red button on my desk. And then I said, remember, I have a red button also, and my button is bigger and stronger than yours, and my button works. Remember that?
Yeah. But in his defense, yours says Staples on it. What kind of bullshit? We don't have a president with a goddamn button on his desk that can launch missiles, you moron.
And then we had little verbal chats with, I said, Little Rocket Man is talking big. And then all of a sudden, he called and he sent through his representatives that we'd love to go to the Olympics in South Korea. Nobody was signing up. That was going to be the most empty Olympics in history. Nobody wanted to be blown up watching the Olympics.
First of all, no. Second of all, you didn't notice the recent. All right.
And all of a sudden he called and he wanted to meet, and we ended up meeting. There was no war, there was no anything. And so it was a little bit rough the first period.
He just kept working on ICBMs.
But as you probably saw yesterday, now he's sending long-range missiles up, and he doesn't respect very strongly President Biden. But he liked me. We had 2 summits. We got along great. I know a lot of things about him. I know a lot of things about him. He's a smart guy. He's a tough guy. You know, every time I say somebody's smart, they always go, "Oh, Trump said that President Xi of China is smart." Well, you know, he runs 1.5 billion people with an iron fist. Yeah.
That's a lot of people with iron fists. No, he doesn't. He's not Duterte. It's a surveillance state. They don't. All right. Secondly, what the fuck does that mean? Who cares? How else do you think he's going to run that many people? China needs to be 5 countries. This is ridiculous.
I think he's pretty smart. And they have a chain over there. You know, if you're a dummy, you get left here. It's like this. It's like a pyramid. The smartest one gets to the top. That didn't...
Yeah, that's how it's working out. That's why they're suffering through the worst economic collapse in world history. Literally. The Chinese are going through their own Lehman Brothers alone right now.
So well recently in our country. Didn't work too well.
Just so you know. Let's see. Whoops. Where are we going? Yeah, they're doing great. China economy faces another blow from Shanghai COVID lockdown. Shanghai lockdown adds to China's economic woes. China's unfair trade practices in focus as U.S. seeks economic sanctions on Russia. U.S. spells out sanctions on Russia, heaping more pressure on China. China overview development. Okay, hold on. There you go. 4 days ago. China's bad news just keeps getting worse. That's what happens when you got a smart guy in charge. The smartest guy ever gets in charge. Chinese economic policymakers already had let me shrink this down. Already had a difficult juggling act before the twin crises of COVID-19 and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They were trying to work off a massive increase in financial leverage and steer the nation away from lifespan-threatening pollution, while at the same time ensuring sufficient growth to maintain social stability. But for President Xi Jinping and his lieutenants, the challenges just keep multiplying. That's not good when it has its own sublink on the multiple problems you have. Hold on. Oh, it's going to tell me I can't look at it. If I can pay, I got to buy from Google. Okay. The latest is how tolerant Beijing should be about depreciation of the yuan after hitting its strongest mark against the dollar in almost 4 years last month. The currency has retreated about 1%. Pressure further declines is likely to mount given a sharp divergence between the U.S. and Chinese central banks. U.S. Federal Reserve officials have tilted more hawkishly over the past week with Chair Jerome Powell. Okay, this is about us. On top of this, dynamic capital flow data suggests some of the level of concern among global investors about the security of investments in China, given its diplomatic friendship with the much-sanctioned Russia. The Institute of International Finance, an association of the world's biggest financial institutions, on Thursday reported a surge in outflows of money from China starting in late February when the invasion of Ukraine began. Outflows from China on the scale and intensity we are seeing are unprecedented, IIF economists led by Robin Brooks wrote. We think these outflows are notable enough to at least raise the possibility that Russia's invasion of Ukraine may be pushing global markets to look at China in a new light. Smartest guy ever. Smartest guy running the place. Top of his game. What do you think the chances are? Hold on. Let me see. Is there a what's it? Why is that blurry? Okay. Let's go with China. No, it's always suspect. Okay, when is... Yeah, this is from September 16th, 2021, but 15% of unemployment rate among 16 to 25 or 24-year-olds in Chinese cities is 3 times as high as the overall national average of 5.1%. High jobless rate in the young workforce seen persisting as millions of fresh grads vie for employment, while one popular sector, tutoring, has basically been wiped out. Yeah, they got rid of all private tutoring. 5% of 340 million in the United States, as far as adults, it's not a real problem, actually. You know, I mean, it's not good. We'd rather have lower, and we certainly do. We're at 3.8%. 5% of a billion people is fucked up. But anyways, our guys suck. America stinks. China way better.
But they asked me, is Putin smart? Yes, Putin was smart. And I actually thought...
Yeah, he's totally smart. Yeah. You actually thought he was bluffing? Is that what this is?
He was going to be negotiating. I said, that's a hell of a way to negotiate. Put 200,000 soldiers on the border. It should have never happened.
Yeah, he was just negotiating. I thought it was a negotiation. Like if it had happened when Trump was there, he would have thought, oh, I was just negotiating. You know, you give him all of Ukraine, he takes his soldiers away. Bang, bang, boom.
Certain things, and that thing would have ended, but they didn't have the common sense. They didn't know what to do. We wouldn't have even had to give him. I think he made a big mistake. I think he made a big mistake, what he's done to so many people, but that was a big mistake. But it looked like a great negotiation. That didn't work out too well for him. The Biden border crisis is...
Hold on, motherfucker. What was that gibberish? You thought he was negotiating, but he wasn't, they could have done something to get him to back down, but he didn't. And so, therefore, his stupid plan, and he fucked up.
So fueling a crime wave, the likes of which our country has never seen. Already in...
Wow. If you don't count the 30s, the 50s, the 70s, and the 90s.
22 murders are up over 40% in Atlanta. Over
COVID times.
Last year's high of... We're seeing murders in our big cities, all Democrat run. All Democrat run, including, I hate to say...
Hate to say what? Atlanta?
Atlanta. We're seeing numbers the likes of which we've never seen before. People are afraid to go out. They're afraid to walk down the street to buy a loaf of bread.
Well, yeah. Have you seen bread? So fucking expensive. It's like walking around with a gold brick on your... Inflation is terrible. It's the bread thieves I'm worried about. They're afraid to walk down the street to buy a loaf of bread, a crumb of cheese. They're afraid. They're afraid to go out and look at the autumn moon.
Even your once peaceful suburbs have become the scene of bedlam and mayhem and death. Just 4 weeks ago, a woman was...
Bedlam and mayhem and death. Let me guess, the woman who got her arm pulled off?
At a stoplight on a Sunday morning in the heart of Buckhead. And a lot going on with Buckhead, isn't there?
Yes. Tell us all you know about Buckhead. Buckhead's really cool, by the way. It's where Junkman's daughter is. And the Indigo Girls have an ice cream store there.
2 vicious hoodlums tried to carjack her in broad daylight in front of a police station. When she tried to escape, the cold-blooded criminals opened fire, and she had to dive out from her car and just escaped a hail of bullets right in front of a police station. Also recently, a local dad was out.
It's a riveting story. And my mind is aflutter with visual images of a woman diving and just a hail of bullets. Oh, God.
Jogging in Buckhead.
Oh, Leslie, if you don't know how to eat with chopsticks, first of all, you're going to do a push and scoop. You're also going to find, clusters of rice, and you're going to use those to pile the other rice on or about it. They kind of stick together like lint. And then, you're going to split the difference between your mouth and the bowl. Not that, if you're in China or Taiwan, you're going to eat like this. Everywhere else, you're going to get, in the States, you'll find you get clumpier rice so that you can kind of double rail it and create kind of a strata, a straddling effect, like, for a bigger piece like that. I mean, you're done. And then if you got, a smaller piece, a little bits of vegetable here, I think there's like little pieces of mango in there. It's nice. Or green pepper. The important thing is don't choke up on them. A lot of people think it'll make it easier if you get up closer. It doesn't. It makes you scissor, where you crisscross. So that's not what you need to back the fuck off. Right? You need to stay back here, and then you want to be able to tap those together. If you can, that's a good way to practice too. Like that. That make sense? You're welcome. Yeah. And so then you can pick up things, give it a little bit of distance. See that? And you also don't have to grip very hard. That's the other thing. A lot of people think it takes a lot of, they're like, they're trying to squeeze it together really hard. Quite frankly, a lot of it is friction and balance, right? So you're not really pushing them together. There you go. You're welcome. There endeth the lesson.
Was barbarically shot 2 times at point blank range and left bleeding and wounded by a sadistic criminal who proceeded to ram his car into another innocent man and beat the hell out of him. After Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens.
And by the way, the GOP is now running that guy in a primary.
Voted to defund the police and helped unleash this chaos. It's no wonder that the people of Buckhead want their own city. They want to govern their own community. They want to control their own future. And they want to hire their own police force and protect their families. And I have to tell you, a man that I knew in New York for a long period of time, a man who loved the police more than almost anybody I can think of other than me, Bill White. He's your mayor. Where's Bill White? Where's Bill? Stand up, Bill. Great job. Great job. And I hope you get it through, Bill, because you want to have a safe place, and I think you probably will. Knowing Bill, I have a feeling it's going to be very successful. So far,
she's on her phone. People are starting to fade on this. There you go. See that? Look at that? Right there. Yeah, there's a lot. This guy, she's starting to think about where they need to be. This lady's on her phone. That guy's like, can I sit down? There's a lot of boredom happening in the people that are on camera.
The city movement has been blocked by your rhino lieutenant governor, who's bad news, Jeff Duncan. And Brian Kemp is Brian Kemp is your biggest problem. He's against you doing what you have to do. So with Buckhead, we're going to back you 100%. And I know David Perdue is doing it, and Burt Jones is doing it. We're all doing it, Burt. And it's going to happen, and it's a good thing. And I think it's going to happen with other communities, too. You're leading the way, Bill, and thank you very much. He was a great leader in New York, and now, I don't know, you left New York. Probably left New York because of crime, and he ends up in Buckhead, right? Congratulations. Great job, Bill.
Jesus Christ. Nice job, fuckhead.
When you cast your vote for Kemp, you're getting into a lot of problems, and Buckhead is just part of it. In this primary, make sure that you also vote yes or...
Oh, that was a big yawn.
The Buckhead city question to let the people decide. It's a big thing, so get out there and vote. And I hear you have tremendous support. You should be successful. Good luck. Your local officials should be fighting and figuring out how to stop the crime and killing rather than going after Republicans. Democrats, and you know what's going on. It's terrible. All over our country, Democrats have weaponized the criminal justice system against their political opponents. Liberals and radical left racists, they can riot, they can loot, they can set buildings on fire, they can commit all kinds of violent crimes, they can kill people, and nothing happens to them. To this day, many...
don't, folks, anybody watching this, don't riot or burn anything down or kill anyone. You will face legal consequences. I'm just saying. Don't... I know he's a former president, but don't think for a second that you can actually get away with it. It's not. It's a mistake to believe that. Just saying.
Criminals who committed terrible violence and held Atlanta captive. You were held captive with fear in 2020. They've not been held at all accountable. They want to prosecute the victims, not the criminals. With us tonight, the incredible leaders who are going to save your state from this anarchy and betrayal. Your state is in criminal anarchy. Okay.
Okay.
Because you have a lousy governor. It's in criminal anarchy.
Oh, God.
Starting with our great governor candidate, somebody that is going to do tremendously well in the
gubernatorial candidate, just
primary,
or some will say goober national.
To take on Stacey Abrams and going to beat her because, you know, somebody was saying she's not what she was. She was sort of pretty tough at one point 4 years ago. She's lost that luster. Let's see if that's true. But
she's lost that luster. The fuck are you talking about? They're shitting themselves. Kemp knows he's really going to lose to her because your assholes are not going to show up to vote, and Perdue's not going to win the fucking primary.
Not what she was, but then again, who the hell is, right? Who the hell is? I give her credit for that.
Yeah, I mean, we're all getting older, right? You know, you can't go out and do a bunch of these rallies and expect people to fucking show up and say things like
your sock piles.
And have people take you seriously?
But David Perdue's going to beat her, and Brian Kemp won't be able to do it. And as your Senator David, come on up here. As your Senator David stood up to the radical left with a spine of steel like nobody else. He was one of the fiercest champions for strong, secure borders in the entire Senate. And as Governor David...
Well, then why didn't he move to Arizona if he gives that?
He'll be tough on crime. He will support our police. He will restore integrity to your elections. He'll crush Stacey Abrams' corrupt political machine. David, say a few words, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for coming to Georgia again. First again. Thank you for rebuilding.
Congressman Jody Heiss is a rock-solid conservative warrior. I
don't care.
God. Become governor of this state, that he left that race that he was doing very well, but he didn't want to take one vote away from David Perdue. Vernon Jones is going to do an incredible job in Congress, and he has my complete and total endorsement. Come up, Vernon.
I want you all to know that I am a Donald Trump supporter. Y'all know he and I have a lot in common. He's a fighter and I'm a fighter. And the Atlanta Journal and the Constitution, Mr. President, the liberal media, they hate the fact that I am a MAGA man and that I stand for the America First agenda. They do not want me to support you and your agenda, Mr. President. And you know what? You see this on my back, Mr. President? I showed them earlier. I have Donald Trump armor on my back. Y'all see this? There's nothing that Greg Buttstein with the Atlanta Journal.
What? Forget about Buttstein for a second. That looked like a target. Did somebody tell you you have armor on the back? That seriously looks like a target.
Constitution, others can do anything to stop this MAGA movement. We're going to take this country back, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, I have to tell you all, and you know how I feel. I love President Trump, and I'm so grateful for him. Don't you love him, Georgia? I think we can all say he's the greatest president of our lifetime, and America misses him.
Well, you can say that. It doesn't actually land, but sure.
Well, you know what we're going to do,
speech.
Georgia. You know we're going to go out and we're going to vote, and we're going to make sure that we put the right people in office to never let our elections get stolen again. And then we're going to get out in 2024 and we're going to send our favorite president right back where he belongs, in the White House.
Oh my God, I had no idea you liked Biden so much.
God bless you, President Trump. Thank you.
Thanks, folks. Come up, George. Say something.
Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you for coming to Georgia's 9th District. These are our people. These are my people. We love President Trump, don't we? All right. Yes, we do. This man has led us like no leader in my life.
Now, each of you is going to find a cup full of Kool-Aid right by your right foot. By your left foot, there is yellow Kool-Aid. Well, it's not Kool-Aid, but it's yellow. You're going to drink that last. But, yeah. So, go right foot first. Don't do this out of order. Otherwise, you won't be able to vote.
And President Trump, you have been amazing. Your leadership has been phenomenal. And
wonderful.
And I sure
oh my
hope
God.
that in 2024, I get to call you my president and see you in the White House.
You can call him whatever the fuck you want. It's not legally binding, but knock yourself out.
One more time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, you can't kiss him. You're not allowed. No, that was awkward. You don't get to kiss him. That was fucking weird.
There is no greater country than America. There is no greater president than Donald J. Trump.
There is no greater feeling than a 16-year-old girl high on ecstasy with no idea how to get home and you being her only option. There is no better friend than Jeff Greenberg.
And if you don't mind me saying so, there is not a better member of Congress than Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, I mean, you're in Congress. So,
give us the ability to fire Nancy Pelosi, take back the majority, impeach Joe Biden, and I'm going to nominate Donald Trump for Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
He knows that's a real job, right?
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Well, that was interesting.
No, it wasn't.
I want to also mention while we're here, candidate for Georgia Insurance Commissioner. We have not a good commissioner right now. But we're going to
Terrible.
have somebody great. Thank you back there. Well, look at how far that goes back. Why can't they show those people? Why can't the cameras just turn around? The fake media, they don't want to show.
I swear to God, I think it's like he wants to do a rail of coke, but everybody's staring. He's like, what the fuck is over there? I don't know. I thought I heard a noise.
They don't ever want to show those crowds. Thank you very much for being. Thank you. Look at that. As far as the eye can see. My vision's okay, but that far I cannot.
Oh my God.
See. Thank you very much. But candidate for Georgia Insurance Commissioner Patrick Witt, and I'll tell you, he has my complete and total endorsement. And where's Patrick? He's going to
Yeah, all the way back to the porta potties, but only on one side.
he's going to be a great commissioner, Patrick. You are
why won't they continue to turn around? The fake news. Oh, they don't want to. Why won't they turn those cameras out? Why'd they stop at the porta potties? Oh, that's
Patrick Witt. He's a brilliant man. He's the only guy I know that played quarterback at Yale. Went to Yale. He was an incredible
I think they had multiple quarterbacks, and maybe the only one you know. Yeah.
student. Were you a better quarterback or student? I have a feeling you were a better student. Tell me. But I heard Herschel told me he was a good quarterback. But Patrick, you're going to do a fantastic job. Thank you very much for being here. Also, former Congressman Doug Collins. Where's Doug? Oh, Doug, I love Doug. I love Doug. Remember during the Mueller impeachment hoax, Doug Collins was up there grilling Mueller. That was something we will not forget. State Senator Brandon Beach. He's fantastic.
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
Fantastic. He's fantastic. Where's Brandon? Brandon Beach. I've heard so many things about.
God, get fucking over this.
And Bush would go there and make a speech. Remember, Bush gave up Georgia. Obama gave up Crimea. I gave up nothing. And Biden is giving up all of Ukraine. It's destroyed. That country is in such, I mean, how do you rebuild it? How do you do it? Nobody's ever seen it.
Yeah, why bother?
One of the first things we must do.
Nobody's ever seen anything like this, especially in like London.
And Republicans, we take Congress, is stop Joe Biden's inflation nightmare. You're being destroyed by inflation. You're being destroyed. And a lot of it has to do, again, with the energy. The energy prices have gone so much. It's a big, it's a big deal.
Starting at the top again.
And other things are happening. Suddenly Americans cannot afford to buy their groceries. They cannot afford to heat their homes. They cannot afford to fill their cars. And it started, whoever heard of this word supply?
What am I supposed to fill my car with? Packing peanuts? Or with family members? I mean, I can fit like 5 people in there. We filled the car when we were driving to the restaurant the other night.
Jane, I did a book.
Shit.
Our Journey Together, right? Nice book.
Oh,
and
God.
It sold like crazy. We needed 300,000 additional copies, more than that. We went to the printer, second biggest printer supposedly. He said, "Sir, we have a problem. Well, we have no paper, we have no ink, we have no lead."
Yeah, it's the best. I mean, there's a reason why he's the second best printer.
The outside cover.
Apparently, after the top printer, there's a huge fucking drop off.
We have no glue. We have nothing. I said, "How often does that happen?"
Never.
It's never happened before. So we want to get them, but we have no glue. We have no nothing. Who the hell ever heard of this stuff? You go to the stores, and the cupboards are empty. You go in.
You do realize there's no cupboards at the store, right? Has this motherfucker ever been to a grocery in his life?
Tiffany, where is your ego? Sir, we think we can have it in the next 7 to 8 months. Oh, that's wonderful. The good news is you don't buy anything, you save a lot of money, okay? But it all started long before Ukraine. It started when radical Democrats poured trillions and trillions of dollars into their left-wing fantasy, if it really is a fantasy. I actually think it's not a fantasy. I actually think they want to destroy our country. With your vote, we will bring Joe.
Well, is it a fantasy to destroy our country, or All right, this is fucking
Biden and Nancy Pelosi's socialist spending spree to a screeching halt. We'll do that very quickly. Another top priority when Republicans take back Congress should be to pass a bill immediately terminating every single COVID mandate. No more lockdowns, no more restrictions, no more hysteria, and no more masks, please, finally. We don't want our children.
Yeah, we're not. We're already there.
Going to school in masks, and now they're saying the masks don't work, and they still want the masks. In addition, a Republican Congress must stand up for parental rights in our schools. As president, I was proud to issue the world's first ban on critical race theory. That's another beauty.
Right.
Joe Biden rescinded that order immediately upon going into office. One of the many.
Yeah, it's weird that as the president of the United States and the head of the federal government, he rescinded an executive order by the previous head of the federal government that outlaws any practice by local schools and state schools. Something that Republicans would normally be for. I mean, well, it's fucking stupid, but...
Bad things that have happened to us.
Kevin.
But when we retake Congress, Republicans will ban critical race theory in our schools, ban it in our military.
You know, for freedom.
And ban it in every part of our... We're going to ban it in every part of our federal, state, and local governments. I had it totally banned.
Yeah, totally banned. You're not going to see it in morgues. You're not going to see it in toll booths. We're not going to have critical race theory all over our tax assessor offices. There's not going to be underpasses, waste stations.
And then it came back. Furthermore, America's moms and dads must be given a veto over anyone teaching far left gender ideologies to their children in school without parental consent. And by the
Yes. I think it's important to have parental consent when you're teaching far left gender ideology.
How about this one? We must protect.
How about far right gender ideology? Like a woman's place is in the home and they should submit to male dominance, and that you know, like Adam's rib, any of that shit. Would that be far right? Do you need parental? No, you can do that. Okay.
Men's sports.
Yes. But yes. What about far out gender ideology? Wow, man.
Did you see the women's record? It was held for 11 years. And they were trying to break it by 1/8 of 1 second. And they had a woman, a great swimmer, and she was going to break it. Mr. Future Governor, I hope, David, you're going to be the governor. I just wasted a hell of a lot of time here tonight. All right, David, they were going to break this record by 1/8 of 1 second. She thought she could do it. And then a guy comes along and he joins. He broke it by 38 seconds. Did you say 38 seconds? Not 1/8, but 38 seconds. And the best of all of the weightlifting. They have a record for 18 years it stood. Women are lifting and lifting. Oh, I got to lift. And they put 1/10 of an ounce on one side, 1/10, and they're going to break this 18-year-old record. And this guy comes along. One hand. Broke it by.
By the way, just in case you're not keeping score, women are weak is this point.
Many pounds.
Many pounds.
They said, have you lifted before? No, I haven't. I've just started. No, but you know how unfair that is to women? It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And nobody, I mean, if you're a coach, you want to win, right? So who you want on your team?
Yeah.
Who do you want on your team? You want to win? You want to have a good basketball team? Who do you want? It's so unfair to women. It really is taking away women's rights, and you can't do that. The left has become so...
Yeah, you can't take away a woman's rights by, I don't know, physically molesting her against her will.
Extreme that we now have a justice being nominated to the Supreme Court who testified under oath that she cannot say what a woman is. If she...
No, she didn't say, she couldn't say what a woman is. She wouldn't define it. You asked her what a female is, she could define it. I mean, yes, technically.
Can't even say what a woman is. How on earth can she be trusted to say what the Constitution is?
Well, because the Constitution is an easily defined thing. It's a piece of paper with a set of bylaws and concepts on it that all other laws must be fit to. Woman is an abstract concept. Female might not be. Male might not be. But man is. Like, you're male. I wouldn't necessarily say you're a man.
And a party that's unwilling to admit that men and women are biologically different, in defiance of all scientific and human history, is a party that should not be anywhere near the...
At a party that believes that flying and space travel are possible in defiance of all human history should not be in charge of the Congress of 1904.
Levers of power in the United States of America. Say what you want, but
this dude is totally not Secret Service, by the way.
Jackson was unbelievably disrespectful to Republican senators that in many cases were really nicely asking questions.
Yeah, they're nicely asking questions. Bigoted, gross ones, but still nicely.
She had total disdain and even hatred for them, and I understand that she's very proud of the fact that she never once voted to support President Trump on anything. She always voted against me, and she brags about it. I always voted against Trump. How about that? Is that nice? She always voted against me.
Well, because, her job is to line things up with the... I don't know if that's true at all, but, her job is to vote with the Constitution, what the actual law is, and a lot of what you brought was nowhere near that, so it makes sense. I mean, what would you expect? She would go, I've never voted with anyone who committed a crime in front of me.
It's an incorrect story, but I have a feeling it may be correct. Another...
Okay, yeah, it's made up, but who gives a shit, really?
Step for Republican Congress would be to rein in the corrupt Silicon Valley tech monopolies and restore free speech in America. Just last week, the failing New York Times finally admitted that Hunter Biden's laptop is real. Remember when they said it was done by Russia? Russia did it again. Oh, that Russia, gee. I mean, Putin's got bigger problems right now, but he must have thought we were nuts. The laptop was done by Russia, which really means that Joe Biden's corruption, though, is real when the New York Times admitted it. But they waited till after the election.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
And significantly before the next election, right? Because it's so bad. It's so bad what they did. Probably illegal, but it's so bad. Joe Biden should recuse himself from anything having to do with Ukraine because they've gotten so much money from Ukraine. How would you like to say?
The president doesn't recuse himself from decisions, fucko.
That a president should recuse himself because they've taken in a fortune. The son was getting $84,000 a month and a $3 million upfront payment from a very corrupt, they say, energy company. And when they asked him what he knows about energy, he said, I know nothing about energy. As soon as Republicans have the chance They must immediately investigate the egregious election interference by the media, these people right back here, the fake media, the tech
fuck you, RSBN.
giants and intelligence officials who claimed it was Russia disinformation. How about these people in intelligence, I quote, where they all said, oh no, Russia did the laptop. Now they don't know what to do. There's 51 of them. They all said it was Russia. If you don't have free speech, you don't have a country. To fight back against this corrupt establishment's
Jesus Christ.
relentless hoaxes and lies, this week I filed a historic lawsuit to hold them accountable for the Russia hoax.
Yeah, it won't amount to anything. We've dealt with this as well. God damn, it's boring. Did I skip the part where he actually said fucker or fucking or
And
whatever?
remember, I'm suing because they spied on our campaign. They spied on our campaign.
No, they did not.
And the spying even went to where I was in the White House. So I'm in the Oval Office and they're spying on my campaign. Again, I said it.
How the fuck? Why do you have a campaign while you're already in the what? You don't. After you win, you don't have a campaign anymore. What fucking campaign? What are you talking about? How do they spy on your campaign when you're president?
I'll say it again. Could you imagine if I did that to them?
No, because apparently it would take a lot of technical know-how, and the youngest guy you have around you thinks that the cybersecurity guy at the FBI deals with any seized electronics. Ugh.
I'm suing for millions of dollars in damages against crooked Hillary Clinton, James Comey.
Well, you are broke, so you need the money.
The two lovers, remember the lovers, Peter Strzok and Lisa Page. And they're going around suing everybody. They used the FBI's web. That was not a good idea. They used the FBI servers.
Who? Wait a minute. Hold on. Why does Lisa Page get locked up, but Peter Strzok doesn't? You sexist bastards.
We're suing this guy, Christopher Steele, for writing a fake. The guy got a fortune. He got more money than James Patterson, the #1 author, gets for a book. Christopher Steele, a lightweight jerk, Fusion GPS, the Democratic National Committee. Another beauty, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. How about her? Jake Sullivan, who's telling us all there is to know about Ukraine. How's he doing? DNC law firm Perkins Coie, Democrat lawyers Michael Sussman, Mark Elias, and many, many more. And it's a big case. Let me give you the bad news. This could only happen to me. This could only happen to me. Should I give you the bad news? We filed this great case. We've got a judge who was appointed by Bill and Hillary Clinton. How do you...
Yeah. Huh. That's a rough one. You managed to get 300 judges. Roll the dice.
That's gonna go. This shit can only happen to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, you are a lifetime fuck up. Yeah. I mean, I would, if I was you, I would just kind of like fade quickly. Because the more you're out in public doing shit, the worse it seems to get. I mean, you're the only guy who ever made us, well, besides Lincoln and Kennedy, made their life significantly worse by being president.
But we're going to drain the swamp. We're just 8 months away from potentially the most important midterm victory in American history. And we need a landslide so big they cannot rig it. We don't want them to rig it or steal it. We cannot let that happen because this country cannot take another election like we just had. This is the year we're going to take back the House. We're going to take back the Senate. And we are going to take back our country. And in 2024, most importantly, we are going to take back that gorgeous, beautiful, breathtaking White House.
Sorry, when?
And we are going to take back our country. And in 2024, most importantly, we are going to take back that gorgeous, beautiful, breathtaking White House. But first, we have to vote out the rhinos and weak, horrible Republicans in the Georgia primary. And the Republican Party has to nominate David Perdue as your next governor. He's a tough, strong, great guy, and it was terrible what they did to him and to everybody else in our country. I need every person here to get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know, and get the hell out to vote for David and all of these incredible people that you see with us tonight. It's on May 24th. If you want to save Georgia from Stacey Abrams, can you believe? And you know, she lives in these beautiful houses all of a sudden. She's living in these gorgeous multi-million-dollar houses. What?
And you live in an apartment in a golf course.
The hell is going on? Will anybody ever look into this kind of stuff? And then they come after me because I want voter integrity. Let's go after Trump. He wants voter integrity. Let's go after him. So we've got to stop this whole thing with Stacey Abrams. You know, she protested her last election. She said she won, and she did it for 3 years, and then all of a sudden she stopped because it was fine for her to protest. But when I protest, oh, I'm not a patriot. The fact is, it'd be a lot easier for me not to protest. It'd be very easy, and you go on to the next, but we can't do that. We have to fight like hell because these people are vicious. They're evil. They're against us.
And they're leaving.
And they're against our country. And we cannot let them get away with it. So together with your help, we will fight for more jobs for Georgia families, fair trade for Georgia workers, and more Georgia factories forging more products stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA. We will shut down Joe Biden's border disaster. We will again end catch and release. We did it before. Here we go again. We got in. Can you believe it? Catch. You know what that is? We catch them and then we release them into our country. We will end chain migration. We will end the visa lottery, and we will get that wall finished in 3 weeks. We'll pass.
Yeah, 3 weeks after the 2 weeks that he needs for his healthcare plan and his taxes and all that shit.
Historic election integrity reforms, including citizenship confirmation, little thing like that. No more drop boxes. No more private money pouring into local election offices. And we must have universal voter ID. We will hold China accountable.
Well, then pay for it, fucko.
For unleashing the virus and charge them trillions. And we can do it. All we have to do is say, we're not trading with you anymore. You gotta pay us a lot. But you could never pay what they really. It's over $50 trillion that they've done damage to the world. But we're going to.
So, all right. So, and what are you going to. All right. I want to hear his plan on how he's going to charge China $50 trillion.
Asking them for a lot of money. I charged China hundreds of millions of dollars in trade. You know, I put tariffs on.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
And listen to this one. Billions and billions of dollars China's paying the United States because of me and the tariffs and taxes I put on. But listen to this. Biden just announced that he's going to take many of those tariffs off of China because he's worried about inflation. What the hell was that to have to do with inflation? What's going on? So they're going to...
Because it's the cost of goods. but I don't even believe it.
They're going to take the taxes, tariffs off of China because they're worried about inflation. Should have worried about inflation when it came to drilling oil. We'll stop Biden crime wave in Democrat-run cities. We will give our police officers our 100% support, and we will restore law and order in America.
Unless it's these assholes on the steps of the Capitol, in which case you're on your own, cops. Oh, God.
We will pass critical reforms, making every executive branch employee fireable by the president. The deep state must and will, and it was largely by me, and it wasn't easy. It has to be brought to heel. Now, no president has ever suffered like I've suffered at the hands of these animals. People say to me, how the hell did you do it? And I can't even give them an answer. I don't know.
Yeah, it's almost as if they don't exist.
I think I did it because I love you and because we have a job to do. But,
right. That's it.
But I've had very tough, very brilliant people come up to me, made a lot of money. They were tough and vicious and in many cases horrible people. I don't even like them. And they say, could
I? But they're friends of mine, and you know, I make it a point to surround myself with awful people. It's why I got along with Kim Jong-un.
Ask you a question. How the hell did you take it? How did you get up in the morning and get dressed? How did you do it? I said, I don't
know. I thought these pants went this way, but with the zipper in the back, right?
Oh, I just had to do it. I just had to do it.
Yeah, you kind of have to when you're the president. You kind of have to do the fuck. You can't. Oddly enough, you cannot just stay in bed crying all the time. It's weird. You'd think once you become president, you've done it, right?
But I fully understood, and these are tough people. These are people can take a lot, and I get asked all the time. I mean, we win the Mueller hoax, we win the Russia deal. Then we have to win impeachment hoax number 1. Then we have to win impeachment hoax number 2. And then we have to win. Now we got a January 6th where I call out the military 3 days before. I say, we want 10,000 soldiers. I recommend it to Nancy Pelosi, who's crooked as hell. I recommend it to her. She turns it down. And then they say, we wanted to have it. Well, if I wanted to have it, what the hell am I saying? We will give you 10,000 plus soldiers to encircle the Capitol before the event. These are crooked people. It's a hoax.
Well, because you were thinking you could handpick them from friendly states and have them attack.
The whole thing is a hoax. And they play it well, and then they go on to the next. How about Adam Schiff, watermelon head, I call him. How about Adam Schiff? He goes, Russia, Russia, Russia. Then after 2 years, it's been proven to be a hoax. And he goes, Ukraine. He goes up like nothing ever happened with Russia. These people are very bad for our country. We will protect innocent life. We will defend our Constitution. We will defend the Second Amendment. And you better watch that Second Amendment. They're going to take away your guns. You look at Beto. I don't think Beto's going to do too well in Texas. He's running for governor. He wants no guns, no oil, no religion. Other than that, I think his policy is quite good. I don't think he's going to do too good. Remember they said Donald Trump is in trouble.
Well, by the way, too well.
In Texas, we won in such a landslide like people haven't seen. But
yeah, I know. That's why a lot of people think that there was fraud there. That's why the ES&S machines, if you'll recall, the Mike Pillow
piece of malware called Q-Snatch.
The guy who talked about
Q-Snatch
said that it was in Texas was the worst voter fraud he had ever seen.
Say it's in trouble. And we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values and principles of our nation's founding. We will restore patriotic education to our schools, and we will teach our children to love their country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag.
Yeah, one of the ways you do that is by not rubbing your dick on it. Yeah, kids, don't hump the flag. It's disrespectful. It's fucked up. You don't squeeze it and you don't. Yeah, it's not a leg, and you're not a dog.
Our MAGA movement is by far the greatest political movement in the history of our country. And if it wasn't, those very dishonest people back there would say it loud and clear. Together, we're standing up against some of the most sinister forces, entrenched interests, and vicious opponents
he's getting near the end.
Our people have ever seen. But no matter how big or powerful these corrupt radicals may be, you must never forget, this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right.
Also, yeah, that's true of all Americans, fucko.
It was patriots like you who built this country, and it is patriots like you who are going to save our country. And together we will make it more exceptional than ever before. We will make it better, bigger, stronger, because now we've watched what they can do, and we see how bad it is. We knew it. But even they won't have any credibility to continue to destroy our country. So in one way, this period of time may be a blessing. It's hard to say that because of all of the horrible things that are happening, especially in Ukraine, which would have never happened. But
yeah, well, I mean, it has been a bit of a blessing because you lost, and you don't have any power, and you're just talking at an event. So I do feel a lot better.
They're proving they can't do the job. So they're not going to be able to tell us what to be doing when we're really saving our country and doing the job like it's never been done before.
Oh, wow. Did you get all that?
No mountain we cannot climb. There's no summit we cannot reach. There is no challenge we cannot meet. There is no victory we cannot have. Because just like generations of Americans before us, we have grit, we have pride, we have courage, and above all, we have faith. We will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never...
We will not bow, we will not ballet.
We will never give up, we will never, ever back down. We can't do that.
Can't do it.
As long as we...
Because you'll fall down. You can't look. There's no way to back down. If you think about it, you just fall over.
Are confident and united, the tyrants we are fighting, and some of these tyrants are from within. They may, in fact, be the worst tyrants of all. They don't stand a chance against us because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and we kneel to God alone. My fellow citizens, this incredible journey we are on together has only just begun, and it is time to start talking about greatness for our country. They never talk about greatness. We're always talking about problems here, problems there.
What the fuck are you talking about? You've been shitting on the country all night. First thing Biden said was America's back. It's talking about making an American century, that there'll be an alliance of liberal democracies in the world and the United States will lead it. What the fuck?
We have to talk about greatness for our country, or we're not going to have a country very much longer. We're one movement, we're one people, one family.
That, by the way, that is true. That is true. He is one movement.
One glorious American nation, and together we are totally unstoppable. Together we are unbeatable, and together Our victory is inevitable. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it like it's never been done before. We have more credibility.
What the fuck? We're going to do it, and we're going to do it like it's never been done before. And it has been done before, fucko. You were president for 4 goddamn years. Lord, and he's told, I mean, this is like listening to air seep out of a tire in a parking lot.
Than we've ever had, because you see before you, our country is going to hell.
That was a sniffle.
And so with the help of everyone here today and the citizens all across our land, we will make America powerful again. We will.
Okay. We'll make America. We'll make America. Oh, again.
America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
Over and over.
Magoo. And thank you, Georgia. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless you all.
Hold on, I'm coming. And then that's the, hold on, 1 second. Clap, 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 and clap. Hats off. Bye, guys. Okay, the wind's out. I'll put it back on. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Clap, 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 clap. Yeah, I'll try to. Is it okay? Is it gonna fall off? Clap. Oink, oink. You. What's happening? You could squirt right in my eye. Clap, clap. You. Clap, clap. How you doing? Clap, 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 clap. You. All you people. You guy. That guy. Over there. Quit it. Okay. Clap, 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 clap. Squirt, 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 squirt. Yeah, whatever. All over my lapel, shoulder blades. Clap, 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 clap. I lost a little steam on that one. I gotta go home. Okay, and 1, and 2. Okay, clap, 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 clap. No more. Thank you. Yeah. Hi. Okay, bye. Everybody leaving? Okay. Bye, weird guy in weird hat. Hey, people. Thank you. Squirt, squirt, squirt. You could do it if you want. There, you can take a thumb up the butt. There you go. Squirt, 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 squirt. I call this the elliptical if I exercised. Thank you. Like a squirt, squirt, squirt. Yeah, right. Get it all over the tie. That's right. Who wants a shot? Who wants a shot at Papa? You over there, you want to squirt, squirt right in my ear? You can do it. How about you two? 1, 2, right on the lapel. That's great. It's like I'm jacking off flags. It's a good time. Okay, we're over here. I gotta get back. Sorry. Thank you. Thumbs up. Yeah, they told me that the Secret Service is on union hours, so I gotta go. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Thank you. Just you save that for later. Squirt. Thank you. Hey, squirt. Thumb up your butt. Bye. Clap, 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 clap. You. Thank you. Hey, man. Up there. There you go. Whoop. Sorry. Squirt, 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 squirt. There you go. It's like skiing downhill, but with 2 guys with boners. You. Bye. Okay. See you later. And okay, that was great. I feel so much better. Clap, 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 clap. One last glance. Squirt, squirt, right on my new hat. Oh no. And that won't wash out. Lump-a-dump-a-dum. Okay. Oh, there you go. And the donuts have been made. Fucking hell. At least he didn't fuck the flag. I guess that's the upside. Thanks for sticking with me on this late night show. It's 11:30 my time. I gotta go to sleep. I have a morning show to do at 9 a.m. Herschel spoke earlier, and I missed the part where Trump said, like, let's see, Trump swears commerce, Georgia. We must have skipped past that at one point. Oh, that's so this was the thing about, it was about climate change. This thing. So ultimately, this was his hill to die on. We missed this
far
part
more
of it.
dangerous. This
Hold
is
on.
the single most dangerous time for our country in history. Far more dangerous than World War I or World War II, and that's because of the
No.
power of
nukes.
nuclear weapons. And yet you have people like John Kerry worrying about the climate.
Yeah, that's his job. The transportation secretary and the head of the IRS, Jerome Powell, isn't weighing in on whether or not we should use nukes, for fuck's sake.
Climate. Oh, I heard that the other day. Here we are, guys, threatening us. He's worried about the ocean will rise 1/100% over the next 300 fucking years.
That must have been halfway through. It must have been when I skipped some of the fucking people in there. But they were very excited about that. How do you toss that in there, get a big round of applause for say fucking, and then just peter out? We will make America strong again. Soon and secure again. You. I'm gonna be fucking you, David Perdue.
It's crazy. These people are crazy. And, you know, we want a clean environment. I'm a big environmentalist in the truth. I want immaculately clean water. We want clean air. And we set all sorts of records during my administration.
Yes, you did, because the whole world did, because nobody was going anywhere.
We can't destroy our country in doing it. You know, China, the air is filthy. Russia is filthy. India is filthy. Japan is.
But they're run by people at the top of their game who are super smart, and our country's run by assholes. Right. Okay.
Filthy, and that filth goes up, and then it blows into our country, and we're supposed.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Atmospheric filth.
That's right. That's the phrase.
Assuming you're believing in atmospheric filth.
I don't know that I do.
Be clean, and we don't have the power with so-called green, the windmills, you know, remember the windmills? Darling, I want to watch the president. I love him so much. I want to watch him on television tonight. I'm sorry, but
he's not on television. You have to watch RSBN, and it's like a website or some shit. I tried to find the link, but I'm just having to do a lot of digging. I mean, you didn't miss anything, darling.
Wind isn't blowing. You'll have to wait till another time. Windmills. You know, they're all made, the windmills, in Germany and in China. And more crap is poured if you believe in the carbon footprint. Remember with Obama? The carbon footprint must be saved. Then he hops into Air Force.
Yes, the carbon footprint must be saved.
One, he flies to Hawaii to play golf. Spewing out a lot of fumes.
Jesus Christ. This dude. Oh, God. This is fucking... That was torture. Okay, but we got through all of it. We did the whole thing. No accusations of people saying that I took stuff out of context or any of that nonsense. Good Lord. All right, I'm going to bed. Thank you guys for being with me and sticking through this. Joy, thank you so much. And Robin, thank you for the super chats. Don't forget to like and subscribe. This is HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide. Normally I'm on from 3 to 5 or so in the afternoons. And then on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I have a morning show. Tomorrow afternoon, I think I might have to help Summer, but we'll see. I'll check in the morning. I'll let you guys know during the morning show tomorrow. Tomorrow's her big day for her show. If she just wants me out of the way, which is entirely possible, I will stay out of the way. And then I'll just go to the show that night. But if she needs me, I'm going to be there for her. So just as a heads up. But normally the show's on at 3 p.m. I moved it today because I was helping her out. And then the same thing for the rest of the week. So I will see you guys Friday, by the way. The Friday show, there'll be a morning show, but more than likely no afternoon show because I'm going to drive to Yamava to do the show that night. And it's about the same time, so I'm going to have to go a little earlier and the like. So regardless, tomorrow, regular schedule, as far as I know. Regular morning show for sure, and then I'll let you guys know about the timing on the afternoon show. But just stack this one. You know, some people will be able to watch this later if they want to. God, I feel like I did this one just to get the knife in the wall. Just tunk. It's done. So, much love. I will see you guys later. I'm glad we're sleeping together. Are you? Are you cuddling up with your iPad and watching me? It's nice to be here. Get some sleep. Come on, it's late. I know it's late. I know you're weary. I know your plans did not include me. Still, here we are, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Whew.